Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on August 23rd, 2020. Welcome to my world where I explain the sciences behind the system that runs pretty well everything. And at the top, of course, you have CONology, a term I coined years ago to do with the art of persuasion by the elites, using professionals to give your opinions and to fool you. And any good con, when you've all heard about confidence tricksters, it's much higher than even the confidence trickster, because confidence tricksters never work in such big teams for their stings. But what you do find is that they pick their target, and when they pick their target, the target must basically get involved in the game and consent to it. Generally, they're going to think they're going to get something for nothing. That's how it generally works. And you can see how in 20 years, really, and before that as well, of course, with free this and free that, if you buy two, you can get 10 and all this nonsense to do with shopping and saving. It's called mousetraps in the trade, as they call it, in public relations and marketing. And so they offer you all these little things to pull you in. And when they pull you in, they want your name, address, and phone number, your DNA and everything else, maybe even your firstborn, depends what you're getting. And you comply with it, thinking you're going to win. And it's based on winning, the game theory too, on winning, this idea that everybody's out for themselves and they like to win. And sure enough, I've met people who are addicted to gambling. Maybe lots of you out there too may have similar experiences with people they know, and maybe even relatives. And it's a real addiction. You'll meet them. They're not into heavy drinking generally and things like that. It's just gambling. And it's the feeling that they're winning something that is their big high, and the release of tremendous endorphins, and they feel fantastic at the time they've done something. They've got value suddenly. And it's of course doesn't last long, because they've got to win again if they can, but the house never loses, as they say in gambling. It doesn't matter how, if you keep going back and back, you lose it all again, and a lot more besides that. And it really is a bad addiction. And some good books have been put out there by people who were addicted to gambling and who've got out of it with a lot of help, etc. But it shows you how it destroys our lives. And don't forget that you got to remember too, there's a whole industry based around gambling, massive industry. And you don't think about it as except what you see, like roulette tables or horses or dogs, the dog tracks and so on. But there's a massive science behind it too, to prompt the customer to the next step, the next step, and the next step, always with the lure of winning something extra. And a whole science behind it. Well, it's the same with all CONology. You are the target, and governments go to no ends using your tax money to employ people who are awfully good at what they do. Some are awful as well, mind you. They come up with children's ideas that have been done before, but they're well connected because we live in a terribly corrupt society. But these persuaders, these advanced type persuaders, understand behaviorism and psychology and consumerism, with the Bernese techniques too, that he got from his uncle, supposedly his Uncle Freud, and of how the unconscious there's a lot of drives in the unconscious to give you, again, self-worth and things like that, again, getting back to winning and what you want to, and what you like to have. But if you've got common sense, you could never afford this, or even if you could afford it, you might not be able to afford the upkeep on a very expensive top-class Rolls Royce or something like that, or even insurance on it, for that matter. So you don't do it, generally you don't. So the idea is to make you really, really greedy, and through motivational techniques, because that's what the motivational people do to you, with their hand flapping on stage as they run up and down, to stop you thinking for yourself, to make you feel excited, and then they sell you the idea or the product, and the idea is the product, and you buy it from them, the techniques of how to do it. But it's short-lived again. It's a very short-lived lived idea that you're omnipotent to an extent. You can browbeat anybody if you just scream loud enough and keep insisting and demanding. That's what most of it's really based on. And they produce an awful lot of unpleasant characters. And so we're all fed up with them. I'm sure you've met lots of salesmen like that too. And women too. Women are better to actually, if you look at the drug companies, they employ attractive young women and who are dressed to the nines with the best expensive clothing to go around the doctor's offices. And they drop off after having a little friendly chit-chats on first-name basis and so on. They drop off lots of free drugs to try by their drug companies for the doctors to start dishing out. Everything works on basic psychology and human nature, and you exploit it, and it works awfully well, in fact. So, getting back to CONology, everything is run by the art of CONology. Many years ago, I remember reading a book about politics, one of the many books. I was never really into, I knew it just instinctively, it was a lot of nonsense, and a technique of just managing the general public for some other group, obviously, above them. Because the people you met or you heard about us on TV weren't the brightest. They were pattern merchants, as we call them. Again, salesman types, but they were not the brightest of all. And if they were tripped up by a good reporter in a very quick interview, during what they call a flash interview on the steps of number 10 or whatever it was, or the Parliament building, they'd often quit back the wrong thing. It would get them in trouble. So they were always taught by their handlers. And the politicians, by the way, all have handlers to manage them. They even have acting lessons. Again, they put it they charge the taxpayers for their acting lessons. I did the article a few years ago on that one in Britain, and other countries do it. And of course, they're all taught again never to answer a question directly if it's sensitive at all, or if it's going to commit you to any agenda. You just ask the question you'd wish they'd ask you. That's why when you hear them getting asked straight questions, they answer back this, what are they talking about? Well, that's their wish question, you see. It's nothing to do with what was asked of them. And it's all a con. And again, the public, to even bother voting, you understand young people that are idealistic and have got over the destructive phase of revolution. You'd think that they'd eventually catch on and say, wait a minute here, it's all corrupt. And you'd hope they get even further and realise that the revolutionary leaders are all corrupt as well, and they're on the take from much higher powers. Generally the very ones you're protesting are managing it at the top. I'm not kidding you. That's how it really works. Reality is a vastly different system than what you think it is, what you're trained to think it is. And getting back to the idea of CONology, they give you new normals, and now you see a rapid introduction of new normals all the time. All the time. Years ago I wrote poems about new normals, years and years and years ago, to come up with the term. And it's widely used since. But you'll find that the folk do adapt rather quickly now, especially under panic. You know, the herd instinct, as they call it, and the herd mentality, it's all aimed at the herd, the general population. So is all kinds of warfare, and weaponry, by the way. You know, if you look at bioweaponry, biowarfare, it is designed to hit the most amount of people possible, sometimes. But even then, if the ones are designed for the maximum damage on an enemy population, and biowarfare won't get everybody. They accept that. There's always individuals who have some kind of immune system difference that enables them to escape it. Sometimes it's a gene or a pair of genes. That's enough to make them survive it. So you never have a truly 100% kill, you see. But you also have ethnic-specific viruses. I did the talk, I think, in the late 90s again, on the reporters that would enter. I think it was from the Telegraph, perhaps. The Telegraph newspaper in Britain, was well connected with the military-industrial complex, and even for good public relations for the military or special forces, they would often use the Telegraph and tip them off, or even get them to put out little. If something came out we didn't want, They get the Telegraph to do an in-depth interview, that type of thing, which would cover the tracks and expose some stuff at the same time to keep the public happy. And but a reporter did go in to, and I think it was from the Telegraph, could be wrong, to Porton Downs. Other ones went in too, in occasional PR pieces. And they did talk to the scientists, some of the scientists that worked on creating deadly viruses and bacterium and anthrax and everything else. And who tested it on animal populations, and perhaps, we never know, because they'll never admit it naturally, on human populations in other countries, in third world countries. That was common. And I'm sure it's still common today, you know. I'll touch on that later, perhaps. Because it's even in some awfully good fictional works as well, or semi-fictional works, about using test populations where in Africa, for instance, where they can contain it when it's a more remote area. They could contain it and observe it and study it much better. Ebola came out that way too, by the way. So once again, we're living in a very controlled system. The world to them is a laboratory. The general population are the lab rats in the laboratory, and mice. And even the terminology they use with the population is similar. You see, there's real beings, the important people, the somebodies, and then there's the rest. You see, the lab rats and the mob and all the other terms that they have for the general population. Politicians have it too. And politicians at the top, all their leaders belong to the same clubs, especially one big club at the top. And Carroll Quigley did go through that, and others have done it since, about the Council on Foreign Relations or Royal Institute for International Affairs and all that. The guys who gave you world government ideas and worked towards it up to the present time. And they see the world as theirs. They have no problem employing great people in academia, in other words, great minds in their particular fields, to utilize the techniques of mass persuasion on the general population, cultural change of all kinds on the general population. And the sad truth is, with enough time and money behind it and repetition, they can generally get the public to accept whatever it is they're pushing. And yet, most things, they're used to persuade you to do something that perhaps you shouldn't do, the terms that Aldous Huxley talked about on his interview with Mike Wallace. He said that the techniques that they had then, in the 1950s, were effective on persuasion, persuading the public. And he said, and perhaps these techniques are so persuasive and effective that they're making people accept things that perhaps it's not in their best interest to accept. Well, it's much worse today with the techniques that are used, and you have a consolidation of pretty well all big media and entertainment too. Remember in the European Union video put up, where they had a lot of the big players there, persuaders on their own populations, that is, the ministers, the one people are appointed to do this, that, and the other for the European Union. They were for the vaccinations, you see. And that's what their title of their talk was. You're pro-vaccination, basically. We are vax. And you'll hear, as I mentioned last week, one of them actually mentioning that amongst the many things and programs that were unrolling on the public and unleashing on the public, was to using taxpayers' money again, unlimited money, to insert all these messages into dramas and fictional plays and all the TV stations and so on. And they'd fund these plays and just put in, like disease and immunity and herd immunity and death and all that kind of stuff. And just comply and vaccination, over and over. And it doesn't matter what kind of play it was or movie or whatever, just get it in there. And that was nothing new. Because see, this is used all the time on you with many topics. You see? And I'm getting back. I'm still in the whole art of CONology. Because it's, again, the first thing is to give a fake reality to the general public. It's quite easy to do because you see your parents, or our parent, depends, because you're under war, remember. This is a war scenario, constant war. a changing battlefield of war all the time. Financial, with the family too involved, or the destruction of the family, or the new family as they want to call it as well. And they came out with a nuclear family, and now they have the real nuclear family, because you can see right through you, believe you me, and everything about you. That is the true nuclear family they were really talking about. So people don't know you. You think you're growing up in your own little bubble again. In your generation, you look around you to the left and the right, and there's all the bubbles of your generation going along with you, like a straight line. You see, just ahead of you, you've got the older bubbles living in their generations, and everything was normal to them is drifting off, and you're replacing it with your new normals, which you think you all do yourself. Somehow you think that you designed the clothing they wear. No, you didn't. Somehow you think you designed the hairstyles they were. No, you didn't. Somehow you think that you designed the music that was promoted, but you know you didn't, because you see, there are institutions above all these things. This is all part of the culture industry, and they decide what's going to be pushed and what isn't. You see, do you really think that suddenly, after lots of different music and so on, yeah, you had rock and all the rest of it, you had the glam rock, and until the guys were, there was more hair lacquer on them than hair, I think, and things like that. It went down the tubes, but you went right down to rap. Eventually, just angry sounds, and that was double meanings. I talked about it years ago about how you wrap it up. And the spoken word is awfully important. The spell is the spelling, you see. You can cast a spell by spelling. That's why the language is so used before by different groups, and occult groups too, that run societies, and they have little winks and their nods as they talk to each other, and you get a different meaning from it. But they literally had this in the 1700s and 1800s, and movements against it. And yet people who analysed the words, awfully important, because it meant a lot, you see. The spoken word in court is what matters when it's uttered, you see. The judge doesn't ask you to spell it. He asks you to speak it. And you're judged by every word that comes out your mouth. I think that goes way back to the Bible too. So people get confused with it. And you think of the English language, why on earth would it have so many words where one word could be spelled differently 2 or 3 times, but uttered the same way? It's different for a purpose, obviously. And it actually is. They don't really need such coding today so much because they are so interwired with the encrypted programs for their own communications at the top, way beyond anything we can imagine. And it's really true enough that folk can't imagine how far advanced all these things are today. But the spell is spelling. It casts a spell. And you get back into it. So now you can also use the fact the words can mean something else on the general public when you want them to buy something. Again, the subconscious takes it a different way. You can manipulate the mind by using subconscious, or almost unconscious, but subconscious suggestions to them without them twigging onto it as to why they suddenly want to drink this brand of beer or something. A sudden urge for it. Of course, the easiest things to talk about are candies and cakes and things like that. People are very suggestible that way, very simple. But again, language is awfully important. And remember, language also can be visual. Colors are a language as well, for those who haven't figured that out as well. Colors are very important. You're living in a world that hasn't been explained to you. In fact, great pains are made to make sure that you don't really learn them as well, what's really going on. Again, Jacques Ellul, a tremendous philosopher, very straightforward and honest about things, who's deceased now, but he talked about propaganda and how you must get the children early for an initial indoctrination. Now you think about it, what are you doing? If If you're in power, if you have you're part of a structure of power that manages millions of people in a nation, then what you have to do is standardize thought. If you can standardize thought, then you're pretty well guaranteed, not exactly certainly by persuasion, but pretty well guaranteed eventually you'll have a population growing up. If you continue at it, they can come to conclusions, predetermined conclusions by the rulers, which what they want you to come to. It's very easy then, you see. That's why most folk around you today that really have never questioned these things, they've never really figured it out. They can't imagine how what you're talking about half the time. They really can't. They can't imagine what you're talking about. What are you talking about? They've never heard of what all these terms and these things that you say happen. They've never heard of them. And yet, here you are, you're telling it to them. And it's completely foreign to them. It's outside their ken, as they say. And they'll test it out. And so-and-so said this. You know what he said? And they'll prattle it off to them. And I say, oh, that's crazy. Because those who've never really... It's like a vaccination. If it's taken on them, if it's worked, as they say, then that's it. And their indoctrination has really worked. Their initial indoctrination worked awfully well at school. And then it's built upon through the curriculum, this drummed, or dunned, these call it dunned into them. So it's worked awfully well. Why should, I've mentioned it before, why should the tribe that you're born into, because you still think tribally in like a small tribe, even though you're in a big city or a nation with millions, you still think like a small tribe. That's your nature. It's in you. It doesn't matter what country you're in. And you take for granted as a mammal that the older ones are going to take care of you and warn you and look after you. That's how all mammals work, you see. And you expect the elders and the parents, put that way, to take care and warn you what's bad or dangerous to you. And if you don't get initial indoctrination by the parents, they'll walk right up to something that's going to eat them without any fear, you see. And that's how mammals work. Well, all the things that makes us tick, that's well studied, is what's picked apart in order to exploit us by using our nature, you see. So it's impossible for most folk to think that those at the top that you've voted in, or your parents or your grandparents or whoever it happens to be put in there, are not working for your best interests. It's terribly sad. But that's really how it works. It's very simple. And then when they want to have you to go off to war for a few people at the top, they want resources or control over energy supplies or whatever it happens to be. They'll use the nation and they'll use the taxpayer to fund it all, so the big corporations can profit. But most folk never figure that out either. They're given, what to go to war against these people because they're the worst thing that ever hit the world since Satan, you see. And they're given very simple propaganda, because if it's too complicated, a story, it can be picked apart. So you keep it simple until you're just left with great chasms which you can't jump over. And that's how they do it. It's very simple stuff. So all the changes that are happening today, to me, are boring, because I talked about them at least in the 90s publicly, and before that even in smaller groups and so on. But I knew it all because obviously, and they do publish all their stuff. I really did the reading, the real stuff. I didn't copy somebody else's Bible. I just really did it. And I talked about it in the 90s on radio shows. And I says, that this is what's coming down the pike. Because they publish the stuff. And this is what they wanted to happen. Let's say that comes from Foreign Relations as an example. And the coterie of big think tanks, they have thousands of them across the whole planet. They have them in every nation in the world. I think without exception, that these think tanks, they all work together. And because they're all pre-selected at the top. That just like the politicians in every nation are pre-selected at the top. As Quigley said, all we need is one or two people, like a president or a vice president or a prime minister, deputy prime minister, whatever, in every party, you see. So it doesn't matter who gets in, they're on the same agenda. That's why the agenda never changes. You would think long ago the public would have said to the United Nations, that's it, we've had enough with you, but with this strange international communism you're pushing, where you won't even let developing nations do their own thing and manage it themselves. There's no way they'd be allowed to do that. They won't allow it at all. It's like sustainability. They're going to keep Africa frozen, basically, and time, because too much energy would destroy what's left of the nation, etc. It's for depopulation. That's what it is. Of course it is. But it isn't just Africa. The eugenicists started with Europe. The advanced nations, technological, and agriculturally, and so on, advanced nations, to sterilize them first. Interesting that, isn't it? And that's when people say, well, who on earth are these folk that manage us? Well, they obviously don't like you. Even the ones that seem to be born amongst you, are they really of you or not? If they ask these questions, how come they have no affinity with you? Well, psychopaths don't. We know that. Psychopaths don't have affinity for you. And some of them seem to revel in their ideas of mass culling of the planet, from the days of Thomas Malthus right up to the present. One must remember too the Huxleys. I mean, Huxleys, I think it was the beginning. The guy who made his name actually was Thomas Huxley, Sir Thomas Huxley. Was united eventually, who became Darwin's bulldog to push the Darwinian theories after Darwin died, because it tied in with this idea that'd been talked about for an awful long time, many centuries, long before Darwin, of who was superior to others. Within nations too, you see. And nobility had always saw that as a right. They were from God, remember. They thought they were appointed by God if you're royalty in Europe. That's a good one, that one, isn't it? You can't touch me, God put me here. And we'll argue with that then, hey? And that became a real problem with lots of kings and queens over time. And they could do no wrong, because after all, since they were from God, God appointed them, that's how they always said, that, well, they could do anything they wanted to. After all, they were like acting kind of like a general of God. So they could do what you wanted to do. And they did, at times. Often, I mean, they would literally give whole chunks of lands and away, like parts of Scotland or England, and weddings, it's wedding gifts, you see, as it is intermarried the elite with the elite of different nations. It was generally amongst all their cousins. Today, that would seem kind of absurd. I don't think maybe not, because I think folk today are more gullible. Again, CONology is a better art than it used to be, and folk are more gullible today to really just accept it, Because you think about that. I can remember giving that talk years ago about how they would just give away. I mean, the parts of northern England, Northumbria and so on, they belonged to Scotland at one time, but they were given away a long time ago as a wedding present. I had that part of a dowry, I think. It seems absurd. It seemed absurd at the time I was mentioning it and talking about it. But then with the whole the European Union idea, what was awfully important was when we saw the fruition of the plans of free trade, where it's completely tied up with Marxism, where the nation states would start to disappear as such. But no one realized it was on behalf of big top multinational corporations. And part of England at one point, not a few years back, was really taken over by a corporation from, I think, France, maybe even Germany. But they owned a good part of the shores. Were given a kind of sovereign territory idea under free trade, which wasn't a new idea, because then you find out the FDR set up ones inside the US that are still there today. And the countries that put in their businesses in those areas have sovereign rights over that territory. Quite amazing, things that you really don't know, eh? But But again, it's back to CONology. So meanwhile, when all this is going on, they're still brainwashing children at school. This is your nation, and we're all happy. They tell you that you're all happy, even though you're asked the question, Oh, you have no chance to say we're pretty sad, actually, or we're ticked off. You're told you're pretty happy, and you get all these children's books to read, you see, and completely loaded with political correctness of all kinds today, starting about the age of 5. All paid again by the taxpayer. We pay for our balls and chains, our manacles. We pay for them. Everything that shackles our brains, literally, we pay for. Big money to the guys who come up with the ideas of how to insert little bits into stories that have got nothing for children, to make sure they grow up accepting all the new ideas that your masters have decided are going to be normal, new normals, you see. It's quite fascinating, isn't it, when you think about it? So getting back to what I was talking about CONology, I haven't really left it, because all I've been talking about is CONology and how you get sucked into it. You accept that which is presented to you as real, everything. You're given your opinions, and Allah again went through that, and others have done the same, and I've done it by bits and bytes of information that you don't really consciously think about too much. But somewhere it's assembling inside your mind. Bits and bytes just come together when a question is asked about a particular topic, and you'll just blurt out something you've heard bits and bytes of from different newscasters, just little bits and bytes, and your opinion comes out of you, and you haven't ever before this sat down and thought about it consciously and says, I think I'll choose that as my opinion. It's because it's all given to you. You're led to conclusions. You're always led to your conclusions. It's the art of persuasion, and the art of building consensus is to do with persuasion and consensus management. You're living through it all right now with the idea for COVID, and we must all accept vaccinations for that and everything else, by the way, that they've got lined up for you. It isn't just for that one. They've got a whole range of things they want to stick in you. And they want your cooperation, in fact, even your willingness to allow it to have. Again, CONology must make the victim participate in their deception. It's for your own good, you see. If they came up to you and said, knock at the door, we're from the government, we want your house from you. And you said to them, well, why? Well, it's for the greater good. We want to move you all into these tents there, because there's folk already living in those tents over there, and we want the world to be equal. And it's not really, so it'll be good for them to see that you're losing your homes, which we'll then take, you see, to put our toffs in, and then the world will be more equal at your level, you see. And things like that. You say, no, darling, but if they can persuade you enough, they can get anything they want. Just like Monty Python, The Meaning of Life, the beginning of that particular movie, after the hospital scene with the wonderful machines that go beep, and our £2 million just for the beep itself, and very impressive little flashing lights. Whether they work or not and do anything is a different story, but that doesn't matter. And then they go on to the idea of the men driving up to get livers, if you're consenting to having organs donated, and they come for it, you see, and at the end they persuade the wife of the guy that they're just taking the liver from to put her name down, after making her feel so small and insignificant. He says, can we have your liver too then? Yeah, okay, go on then. And that's how it's done. You must participate in the con, you see. So it's to do with also belief. Part of tyranny of all kinds. You can have wonderful utopic tyrannies where you're kept in cotton wool, and you won't have a single thought or decision to make by yourself. It won't even require your thought. You'll just automatically respond Pavlovian style into your conditioning, to whatever your governors want, you see. And you go along with it that way, quite happily, to the bitter end. It's for the greater good, you see. We're all in it together. That old slogan, we're all in it together. It keeps me thinking about a long time ago, I was reading about the RAF, Royal Air Force in Britain. And you had Winston Churchill talking about, we shall fight them on the beaches and all this kind of stuff. And in reality, of course, he was talking about you would be fighting them on the beaches and so on. But this is the kind of propaganda they put out for the general public to swallow. Sometimes whole teams work together. Generally, that is the case today. You seldom get anything from a person from their own brain as a talking head. It's done by teams. Even the radio, most folk, even a lot of the radio that you think is actually for you, it's got producers and all the rest of it, and it's all worked out and yada yada yada. But anyway, Winston Churchill's given these speeches, and the fireside chat ideas that FDR took on as well. But meanwhile, they kept a particular long range. I don't know if there were Shackletons at the time, or which were really the Lancasters, which had massive extra fuel tanks added to them, and they had a whole, basically a squadron of them, and they have two at a time with the engines going for 2 parts of the war, sometimes for weeks on end, and then maybe a cam for a little bit, and then on again. So they could rush their whole families and Winston Churchill and the government out of the country to go to Canada. So yeah, you'd be fighting on the beaches, etc. But that's how it's done, and of course Winston Churchill comes out as the great man for a war that maybe could have been averted, because there's a lot of evidence that Hitler really didn't want all the things he was accused of wanting. And I think personally, if some of them had given some of the land back that was taken from them after World War I, it might have been averted. But the reparations are guaranteed in another war. They had no option but to have another war. And some of the top observers at the treaty in Paris 1919 said the same thing. This is going to cause another war. Anyway, these things. But again, getting back to generations of people. Getting brainwashed, because look what happens. Look how easy it is to stir up segments of society. The more differences of peoples and populations, and even ethnic groups, you can get inside a nation. And this isn't rocket science; it's old knowledge. You can certainly always stir up certain, and now even with the genders and so on, and subgenders of the subgenders, etc. You can really stir up people to be radical and start creating chaos on command pretty well if you want it to happen, especially when you supply the leaders of all these groups, and that's the other key to it as well. They do. The followers seldom know that, but the ones who are following, they do it. Have you noticed that all the rioters in the States, none of them are against the mass vaccinations that are coming? Don't you think that's a bit odd? None of them are against the wars across the world. No. They get switched on and off by unseen forces, don't they? And you don't hear in them demanding the abolition of the corrupt systems of money and having the government, coin or print its own money as it's supposed to. It's all dished out to foreign groups. And a lot of them are foreign groups, actually, foreign-owned. But you don't hear them saying that or demand. No, they don't. It's very selective. Very strange anarchists today, don't you? And very strange communists, where they're getting funded by the richest corporations on the planet, hundreds of corporations, who are all part of the WEF, World Economic Forum, who are all part as well of the Great Reset powers for how they're going to run the world. And who are all part of all the global globalization structures that are. But the fact is, they don't stop and say, how come the people that you'd think we'd be protesting, but we're not protesting, how come they're the ones that are funding us all? So what are you protesting about? At the bottom line, what are you protesting about? If it's all the fault of the crooked system, And it's a crooked system way above you. A closed door policy organization at the top. How come no one's protesting that? And yet that's the groups that going to fund you to protest other things and protest destruction so they can bring in a new system. It doesn't dawn on the followers. They're just full of rage, full of absolute rage. And the rage is fostered. Again, that documentary put out by Millie Weaver there, think what you want about it. It's well produced, maybe, because you always ask yourself, who really is producing all these things? But you got insight into some of the intelligence agencies and how they work, and how government works with them, and how big corporations, the military-industrial complex, work with them too. And what you see in that too, I'll just touch on it briefly, is the fact that you got all these people at the bottom getting funded by the biggest, richest corporations on the planet, who go to the WEF, these corporations, they run it, who talk about the need to depopulate the planet, etc. They're funding folk to riot in the streets and burn places and defund the police. Well, in the documentary, and I've seen this before in other places as well, they've got some articles mentioned there, and big meetings have been happening over the last year or two. It goes way back for even further than that. Don't you understand, the corporations have already got their bids in to put robots on the streets that you're going to fund anyway. How do you fancy trying to debate with a robot when you're asked, why are you burning down this house? What do you think you're going to tell them? A robot doesn't care about your emotions or what you've suffered or anything else, or your mental state. It doesn't care. But they've got big contracts right now, and the companies have been named. This is the evolution of the military-industrial complex here, from not just this massive surveillance society that was put forth. I was saying, what would we do? What will we do in a post-war world? Well, we'll have to go into complete surveillance. And then what? Well, and then go into policing the world. So how do you get folk that they're, again, human beings, we're dealing back out to human being, this problem of human beings, eh? They don't like changing, right? They might not like it if we just start putting robots on the street. I can remember years ago giving similar talks from the science articles when they had the K9 units, the K9, the letter K. And it was to get used to the ideas of they would take over from actual real dogs for sniffing dogs. And they'd be robots, you see. And then they showed you the little quaint little pocket-sized things that some of the guys in customs had. They could sniff drugs and sniff this and sniff that. And sniff all kinds of unmentionable things, perhaps. But the fact is, they had them years ago. And all you do now is start putting it all into the robots, and put them on the streets. I think China has already put some out already. They've had articles in the last few weeks about that, and now they're expanding it. Isn't it odd that, again, we're called nations that are at loggerheads with each other, aren't we? We're all competing, we've got loggerheads, but they all do the same things at the same time, eh? That's just coincidence, though, of course. But again, it's the easiest way to get it in this is to get the people to demand you defund the police. Isn't it beautiful? Get them to demand what you want. Otherwise, in a peaceful society, they would say, we don't want them to be arguing with robots. I mean, how are you going to explain yourself to a robot? That's going to go through a whole sequence of events. And if it decides that you're raising your voice or belligerent, or is deciding that you're mentally unstable because your voice is raising, you might just get zapped or lasered or worse, you see, or tasered, or worse. So there you go. Get the people to demand it. Why will they demand it? Because, you see, once you pull the police out, you've got all these social ills that have been building up for years, with mass unemployment, mass drug taking of all kinds of stuff, getting shipped in, etc. I've been following the drugs for years and years and years and years, and it's a fascinating thing that they just couldn't stop the drugs, supposedly. And then you find that every intelligence agency and special forces has had people down Latin America and elsewhere, but Latin America, all over the place, because that's how they get their money from their black budgets, is the drug trade, massive drug trade. So it's quite fascinating, as I say. But again, CONology. So you're supposed to sit at home and watch these detective stories, and what there's that CSI, as they diligently, no matter what happened to poor old the sod that lived on the street and died on this, this whole team's never going to sleep. They can't sleep worrying about this poor old sod that lived on the street and died. They're going to find out what killed him or who killed him. They're going to spend millions on that because that's what they tell you to do. Do you really believe that? Do you really, really believe that? Oh. But this is what they give you, is for reality. Complete fiction. I mentioned it years ago too, back in the 90s. I said also, here's what they give you. Like, here's all these complaints, and I reeled off complaint departments for different social things, even social services, things that you may need. You'll think, well, maybe I won't ever need those things, whatever it is. Or help because you're stuck at home and you've been partially disabled or something, even temporarily. What do you do? Well, you got all these, So you phone up the health this and the health that, and sorry, they can't help you. You find out, I say these are all tools that are put out there for you to use that you think are there. You're paying for them. You're paying for them through all their taxes and so on. You say, well, that's wonderful. We've got all these things that they're to help me if I'm ever in trouble. But they're rubber tools. They're rubber, because when you whack them on the road, they bounce. Just like a check, poof. They're no use to you. They're not going to do you any good. So everything sounds wonderful until you need it, you see. The general public are managed. It's the hardest thing to get through their heads, that they're actually managed. They're not managed because the agencies are there to help them. They're managed because the agencies are there to make things work on behalf of the masters who own you all. That's really what it's there for. Otherwise, it would be utter chaos, you see, at times. And people don't want to believe they're getting managed, you see. Of course you're getting managed. Of course you're getting managed all the time. Your opinions are given to you. The way you behave are given to you. If you get married, don't get married is given to you. All these things are given to you. You see? A lot of what became you was given to you. I think growing up in Britain, it was way ahead of a lot of countries, with its psychological techniques embedded in plays and dramas. I think Canada followed it pretty well, because the so-called Commonwealth countries are all ex-British Commonwealth, you see. They still call them Commonwealth countries, or the Friends of the Commonwealth, because the elite took your wealth from the commoners, I think, for the whole lot of you. So they could live in big castles and things. But Britain definitely exported its techniques to Australia and Canada. France did pretty well on its own. It didn't really need the help. France is one of the first countries that really accepted a system based really on an advanced socialism that came out of, they call it Jacobinism, but it was really a form of communism. And they tried to toss out all the old systems and get rid of it entirely. That's always the same thing. When you see year zero starting, it's communism. It's the same movement, regardless of what they give you as the front people to lead it, you see. It's always the same movement. And of course, they give you new everything, including new days of the week, and even a longer week. I think they tried 10 days at a time for a new week in France at one point. And also that thing that really annoys them in France, they wanted free love and all that without the consequences. So you had, backstreet abortionists just opening up quite legally at that time to get rid of, which often killed the women as well. And also had a plague within 10 years of orphans on the streets that they had to get rid of as well. And they did too. They had ways of getting rid of them. So these things are nuisances. You always see the same thing cropping up over and over, the same darn things right up to the present day. But France did well, because if you ever watched the French movies, you haven't got a clue what's going on. I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the story. And they go through these almost surrealistic settings. And you'll follow it thinking, eventually it's got to get to some relevant, pertinent point, But they don't. They don't. And you're left feeling, yuck. Very much like the British BBC ones, which at least gave you points. BBC, everything that they showed you about marriage was horrible. Horrible. Every marriage was made in hell. And the women were always nagging the men and yelling at them, and it was dysfunctional, until no one wanted to get married, And the children were out of control, yada, yada, yada. But it was all done deliberately. Of course, it was part of the psychological operations that they were doing on the public for the new system. But they would promote more and more women's liberation and sexual revolution for the women during this whole period too. And of course, that's why the National Health Service, we've got to be honest about this, that was one of the main reasons that the people who brought it in, and I think the one for Canada said the same thing years ago, it was to deal with the population problem, unwanted children, etc. Unwanted was the new term. Because most children are wanted if an economic system is okay. But part of the dissuasion of having children is to use economics against people wanting children. It's well understood and actually taught in the higher sociological classes. And economists have come out with this quite openly. I mean, what do you think Malthus was initially, So everyone has to have a purpose for the elite, as opposed to being a purpose for each other, So you have to serve them, and again, back to CONology, you've got to believe what they tell you. It's for the common good and the greater good and all the rest of it. You have to sacrifice all the time. Whereas going off to war, you see, and they'll paint whatever enemy is with the most horrible brushes, that you really did think that Lucifer or Satan has just appeared there in the shape of Osama bin Laden. And everybody else you've heard of since then. Telling you, it's quite something what you're living through. And then you had Saddam Hussein, another, this evil just reincarnates immediately into somebody else, right? And all the way to Libya, of course, and Gaddafi, and then to Syria. Non-stop, just one after the other, isn't it? And who's benefiting in America from this? It's not the people who get stiff with the bills for all. You know that. Same with Britain too. And you have these strange intelligence agencies way above. They've got nothing to do with you, apart from using you, because you see they belong to something different, completely, from what you think of protecting you. But we must always accept, again, our part in it, and you go along with it. And most folks don't stop paying their taxes for all. Nope. Again, this herd mentality that's encouraged. It isn't encouraged. You don't want to protest that and stop paying your tax. I can remember back in the 90s, and again, after 9/11 in 2001, certain folk here and there stopped paying their taxes. They didn't want these wars. They knew it was coming. And they had enough of it. And why should you pay taxes for things that really it's going to have such a blowback effect on all of you and destroy your nation eventually? Look at all the nations across Europe. The face of Europe is changed with mass migration and under the guise of refugees. And they haven't stopped yet. They still want Iran. Iran's been losing its population for years now, because would you wait in a country where you're told every week you're going to get bombed into the dust like Iraq? Huh? Of course you wouldn't. That's part of warfare. Forced migration by terrorizing the public, you see. It's all taught in military academies. So you must participate, as I say, in your own deception. And your hardest part in mentioning the deception, as I say, is to get through to folk around you who swallow it all, thinking it's too big to be all a lie. Huh? It's too big for all to be a lie. And yet, here you go. You are just, one of the cattle. When you realize, and they're talking openly now of just not, once they pass the euthanasia laws, they've got a next step and the next step and the next step to go, until literally they want you to just kill yourself before you hit 65. Quite openly, some of them. Again, you're back to the meaning of life. Can we have your liver, Oh, okay, then I guess I'm so small and tiny and insignificant on you. That's what's getting done to you. And again, using the same persuaders like Yale University, or I mentioned it before, the links I put up before, I might put up again, where they're again spending millions of your tax money for these professional, people who lie as a profession, using psychology and behaviorism and all the rest of it, to persuade you to accept vaccinations and things and to go along with the flow and do what you're told. And even to cause dissension and to get groups to turn on you if you don't wear a face mask or you don't believe in it or whatever. These folk should be, and again I mentioned it before, a tyrant's hall of shame. And their faces should be exposed, and you add to them from the politicians that you waste your money on these swine, let's call them swine, who professionally lie to the public by using psychology and your human nature against you. Huh? Absolutely. I'm quite serious about it. You got to start naming them and add their faces to it, put them on it. I'm telling you. The tyrants. And the folk are going to profit from it, like billions and billions of dollars. And the Bill Gates and all the rest of them, and the Faucis, they're all in on it. The ones who deny any other treatment except the ones that they've got shares in. Hey? Come on here. And their whole idea that nothing's going to work except their vaccinations. And they'll even tell you whether it works or not. Meanwhile, they're having herd immunity amongst the public, and they hate that. Oh no, well, it might not last long. Well, if it lasts a few years, is as long as any vaccine's going to do. Huh? And apart from that, there's no side effects if you develop your own immunity, your own immune system, antibodies. But my God, it's free. There's no profit off that, is there? Oh. We live under such incredible corruption. We're a herd, and they're the farmers. They see us as animals, and they see us as their animals. Our job is to be fleeced, for them. I'm quite serious about it. That's how they talk about us. Them, the little people. That's all of you. And the arrogance through years and years and generations of academia into absurd learning, absurd learning in absurd areas. The ivory tower really is just wispy. It blows in the wind up there. There's nothing to hold it grounded to anything. It's so anti-fantasia. They really believe in their superiority and their right to rule us. So again, it comes down to fear. But again, it's an evil system. You can't say it's just human nature. The scariest part for naive people who've swallowed their indoctrination is even accepting there's incredibly evil people in the world. They don't have horns, except unless they've had them implanted, and they actually do that with some people now. They implant these horns. Surgeons will do that. But do no harm. Where did that go? But they'll actually, it's really some kind of cement, with some kind of cement, a horn on your skull if you want it there. I know someone who was in a hospital in New York City, and she was a nurse, and she went on one day, and there's a guy lying in the bed with a horn on his head. And the nurses were told, don't laugh at him, don't laugh at anybody. And do you realize how hard it'd be not to kind of laugh or equip something to this guy? I couldn't have shut my face, no way, But this is where they brought society to, Because there's nothing, if you're doing something like that surgically, I don't care what you're doing, that there's definitely harm being done there, and different levels of it. It's the same with using surgery to supposedly cure mental problems. You can't do that. They tried that with lobotomies and leucotomies, you know. It's horrible what they've done in the past, but it doesn't stop them to make money off of people who are obviously got problems, but they're not treating it the right way. Anyway, again, this is the world that we're being given to by those masters at the top, because the more dysfunctional it seems to be amongst you, the more scared and it's easier to control them during this terror campaign we're going through. This is a campaign of terror, if you haven't fathomed it out. The whole COVID thing, coupled with the obvious total crashing of financial systems, and even food-wise, because no one's allowed to work normally. It's all planned this way. If you want to save a system, why would you bring in this system of total lockdown that's never been done before? And you've literally locked down all the healthy folk. Huh? Never been done before. And then you get all these penalties if they get out of the house, and all the businesses, this company, a crunch, except the big corporations that are funding all the other internal, perhaps, terrorist groups. Isn't that rather coincidental? Huh? Isn't that coincidental, eh? It bores me to even talk about it. It really does. But most folk never really figure it out, unfortunately. And the ones who take the information, like the stuff I'm putting out, and then prattle it in the same week, often, you'll hear it often put out there after I do these talks, with all the links and everything else. I've done all the work, you see. You have no idea who they work for. Because I don't believe that there's anybody in politics today that's not there because they were put there. And they play their roles on their sides, you see. They play their roles. Years ago, I can remember when there were lots of alternate radio, mainly on AM and shortwave radio worldwide. Harder to get it all censored by then, although you did get certain ones who would try to censor them by having their ads withdrawn, things like that. Everything's political in this system, you see. And there's no such thing as free speech. There never really was anything. The ones who have the biggest money and run ads and campaigns and fund the politician, the ones they want in power, they got the power. The ones who got the cash, and they get what they want. But at least you had a lot of variety and people from different areas who really studied in different areas. You had technocracy, all right, but you had interviews with people who'd lived through the Cold War, big chunks of the Cold War, even from World War II onwards, with lots of experience and wisdom, who are all gone now. And but in their talks, they would add little bits. Collectively, they'd add little bits, you see, of their experiences and their insights into what happened and how the system runs and works and all that kind of thing. And lots of them realized, too, that the politics really was a scam. It goes way, it's not new, being a scam, a CONology is a system. I think Thomas Jefferson mentioned it too. I've mentioned this part so often, where he did talk about, if you see the same agendas being continued between changes in the House, meaning the parties, if you truly had different parties, you would see really drastically different agendas, but you don't. We haven't. We've seen the same agendas, even from Papa Bush to Junior Bush. Even when Bill Clinton was in, he was lobbing cruise missiles over into Iraq and different places, destroying it for his whole time in office. And you had the Desert Storm idea, you know. And then you had the Junior Bush, of course, 9/11, and the whole PNAC group. And then you had Obama went in afterwards. And Obama, even Obama, the name, that's not what his name was. It's not what he called himself up until then. And the main arch villain, this is a comic book, right? I'm not kidding you. I'm still waiting for someone to convince me that it's just a big coincidence that when the biggest enemy of the world at that time, supposedly the archdevil, the demon himself, the archdemon, was called Osama. They put in a president and they call him Obama in America. Do you really swallow all that? Do you realize that somebody's laughing at us all? Do you realize that? Someone's having a big chuckle with all these things that are going on right now. And they are. But most folk don't question it. Wasn't that something? Wasn't it Barry Sitoro, they call him himself, up until then or something? Anyway, but no one questions it. And they just present it. Going down to history books, folk in the future, if there's any folk left, that matter, who read that kind of stuff, they'll be laughing their heads off, like it's some big scam getting pulled, But anyway, Obama was then congratulated, the Democrat, the communist, so-called Socialist Communist International Group, Obama was congratulated by the supposed PNAC group, using Donald Rumsfeld, who congratulated Obama for continuing his wars, the same wars, and expanding them and even adding to them. Right? He had lots of applause from them for doing all that. Why would the so-called pretended neocon group that Rumsfeld and Bush were part of congratulate their supposed arch enemy of democracy, Democrats, or whatever you want to call them? They're really communists, But international socialism, as I've mentioned before, is a system the elite want for the present time to suit their efficiency. That's what it's for. Technocracy, you see. It's a matter if you call it communism and technocracy, whatever. It's all the same thing. It's for the greater good, And the World Economic Forum, as they crash the world's economy, and for you, that is, not for themselves. They're getting richer at the top. But they're crashing the whole world's economy for all the little people out there, are bringing in their new system of efficiency. And you'll have to all be in it together, and you'll have to do what you're told in order to collectively survive. That's just the way it's done, eh? Any other person in history who did that was a tyrant, but today it's scientifically necessary, don't you understand? Huh? And the public, as usual, unfortunately, through terror and fear, because you always use terror and fear and the reign of terror to get the public to comply, to save themselves. To save themselves. It's awfully important. And remember, too, folks, that you can help me take along here, as I say, if you just donate to me and help me stay, alive, and to keep all my sites going, etc. Going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Remember, always make sure you've done it, because folk postpone things, eh? And until certain things happen, and then you can't get them again. And make a note on my official sites. If anything goes down in one of them, hopefully you can get me on one or the other ones listed on cuttingthroughthematrix.com website. Remember, you can buy the books and discs I've got there. They're different. There's no point just churning out another big thick tome of history for you to waste your time on. I cut to the chase to show you the cons, right down to the language that are used upon you, to get you to think for yourself. That's the only weapon you've got, is to think for yourself. It really is. It's the hardest thing for most folks to think for themselves. And the reason I say that is because, you see, this is your fight. Individually, this is your fight. I always knew we'd all get down to the chase when we have to make a decision personally. That's what it's about, folks. The last thing you want to hear, isn't it? Oh my goodness, I have to make a decision personally. And you do. It would always come down to this. Always. It was inevitable. And so it's your decisions that matter to you, and for your soul. That's what it's about. So as I say, going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, remember, other people take what I put up there, and they'll put it into other formats for other social means to get it out there. But sometimes they're delayed for one reason or another, when there's a lot of work involved. So remember, you can go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and I always try to get it up on the Sunday night. And my provider on the internet knows that too. I get slows to a crawl. I'm uploading, believe you me. That's just the way these things really happen. It's not paranoia, it's a fact. I've got stacks of records and all, and daily records on this kind of stuff happening. And that's what definitely happens if you are a little problem. It's no big problem, they'll eliminate you, If you've been a big problem, I have been in the past, and I've had my very close calls, believe you me. But as I say, hopefully, if you can keep watching my stuff and reading it and so on, and listening, then you can, at the very least, have an idea of what's going on. I don't tell you who to vote for. Well, I really don't think Americans were given anybody else to vote for at all in the last election. And I don't think there are this time either. I really don't. And I really think that I don't think they'll ever get a president in America whose real first and foremost agenda is to look after America. They really don't. And that's what you'd really need to pull yourself out the mire. But even if that happened, all hell would break loose from the establishment. There is an establishment that runs the country. Of course there is. And it's the same establishment that ran London, and still does to an extent, a big extent, today. It runs the world's economic system. And it's very true, if the US was to fall down to an extent, a good part of the world will go with it, because the US is keeping a lot of it propped up through its own finances by throwing your cash across the planet. And it's what you have to pay for, all, mind you, but you're buying countries off left, right and centre. You always have done. And that's how the game is played today. And if it's not that way, then you simply go in and invade them. But it's not for yourselves, it's for those who rule you, over you. And they have their proxies there. A lot of the proxies are the CEOs at the moment of corporations. You don't get to be a CEO of a top corporation just because you know something the rest of them don't. Or you know which knives and forks to use at a big 15-course meal. It's for other reasons. You're pre-selected for all these things, just like you're pre-selected for top politics. And you're given a kind of aura. They've had books about this aura thing for let's create a CEO who walks on water. He's just perfect. He's just magic. And he comes out with these really new ideas, and they'll toss half the company down the drain to bring out these new ideas. And all that's nonsense they go through. But they're pre-selected, these characters, by the richest folk on the planet. There's holding companies out there. Holding companies that own a good chunk of the world's transportation supply of all goods that travel by road and rail. They own them. It was quite fascinating when, a few years ago, a train was out Montreal way, I think it was, and it was to be parked for the night, and whatever happened, but the thing rolled down. It was left unguarded, and it rolled down the tracks, and it blew up. It must have tankers in it. A town. And where I was looking, I said, well, who owned this company? And I got the name. Eventually got the guy's name who owned it. Now, he specialised in buying up railway lines across the world, and across Russia and Europe and Latin America and everywhere. When countries that tried socialism, this is an old ploy, by the way, socialism, and they get in so much debt and disrepair that they'd sell them off for peanuts. But with a lot of help, I'm sure, with maybe this guy's associates, they go into these countries to help the deals and so on. But when you realise how much power this guy has, as a closed shop, by the way, for investments of just certain peoples for pensions, and but not everybody could get into it. Multi-billion dollar industry, a holding company for all these things. He probably never had ever visited one of them they'd bought over, Because when they buy these things over, they expect they have managers in place that do all the work. They don't want anything to do with the work. It's like when they used to own stacks of factories. They didn't want to visit the factories. They just wanted to know that the money was coming in and the profits were getting made. And they'd put a foreman or a manager in charge of it. Well, it's the same kind of thing. This guy would have his people all over the place. But when you think that all your goods and services, all the stuff that you need to survive, food, energy, propane, gas, gasoline, oil, all these things are getting delivered. And here's this quiet company they probably never heard of if it hadn't been for that one accident. Huh? And it wasn't so much an accident, it was negligence again, not on the driver's part, anything. Because they cut everything to the bone, these characters, for massive profits. But these guys have more power than any tyrant in history. If they want to just shut everything off and nothing's going to move, they can do it. Do you realize that? But you never hear these guys. Holding companies are massive operations. And you had all the laws in the States, for instance, about racketeering and again, they came into place to do with Rockefeller, this strange guy, this family, Rockefeller family, that where the old man Rockefeller said that competition was a sin, and he went out there to try and take over all energy resources completely. He really meant it. It wasn't just a greed thing or a personal. No, his guy was part of an international operation. And they worked totally with the City of London, totally. Because whatever the City of London was pushing it across the world and taking over the world's resources, so was Rockefeller in the States. And he set up, he became head of the Council on Foreign Relations, and that was their branch of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, or the Milner Group. That's what that was. And they really mean it. They take over what you need to survive. They own it all. And they don't believe in democracy. They'll use the idea for a long time, democracy, as an opposition to communism when it suited them. You see? Now they don't need that anymore, and they want to use the communistic system of total obedience because you all obey. And they rather like China, the modern version in China, where it's a model state for the world. The BBC documentaries that were churned out over for years talked about that. Oh, this is a wonderful system. This is a model state for the world. Every member of the Council on Foreign Relations parrots the same stuff. And foreign affairs, etc. So now is the time to use that, you see. It's efficient. People just obey. You don't have to bother trying to persuade the public. You just tell them when they better do it or else, and that's it. But the folk, again, in their own little lifetime, and it's a short lifetime, really, but in your own little lifetime, most folk just say, oh, well, this just happened and that just happened. They have no idea how things happen. I guess life to them, really, at the end, is a mystery. They look back and say, oh, that was a mystery, you know? What a mystery that was. When you see all the things that could have been done and should have been done, but weren't, you just left with this big, well, why wasn't it done? Well, haven't got a clue. I used to mention it too. It was like the movie, I think it was called, was it Prophecy? It was the free version one with Christopher Walken. And I think it was in the last one. They're trying to reconstruct a physical Lucifer. And eventually you saw this thing rising up out the ground or from the ground, resurrected Lucifer, standing on a pyramid basically of bodies. And I thought at the time that like represents thousands of generations of people who were born, lived and died and suffered and got used and abused and all the rest of it. And never ever, not one generation knew what was really going on. And I thought that's how we're really run, you know. We're not supposed to know what's really going on. I don't think folk realize how every nation in the world, it wasn't just Africa, has been through a lot of hell. Because in the old days in Europe, And you go, that's not long ago when you think about the feudal system. And right up into the 1700s, you're still living in a feudal system. They might have given you early in the politics, you like this or that. That was for the nobility and the elites and the businessmen. Majority of the public were serfs. They were bought and sold with the land. They were still bought and sold with the land, of course they were. And they still doffed the cap, as they say, and called folk, he's a master, he's a master, the local lord or laird or whatever, he's a master. And I often thought, what a demeaning thing to have to call someone as a master, you see. Really, a human being. Because it really is a class system right off the bat, isn't it? If you use the term, you're obviously down yonder at the bottom dregs, and you're elevating someone above you just because of their status or their birthright or whatever. But that doesn't ever change, and believe you me, it doesn't go away. And it's so well camouflaged today that most folk can't recognize it, even though it should be more obvious than ever. CONology. You must participate in your own deception. You must participate in giving power to others. I've mentioned this so many times before. For years and years and years, you give your power away to others by voting. It's a legality. And in some countries it's mandatory. Why do you think it's mandatory? It's because for you to be ruled, it's necessary for you to accept the fact you're going to be ruled. And the only right you have in democracy, and this is a fact, look, check it up for yourselves. Look it up and see what it means about democracy and voting when it comes to recalls for anything, on any level, even from local councils. They've had cases in Canada that went all the way up to Supreme Court, where people who ran for different offices didn't fulfill their promises. And they were told that the only right a voter has is to vote, not for what happens from the vote. That's what democracy means. That's what they literally said, that defines democracy. So any liar, and that's why most of them are liars, are going to politics, are politicians. They're psychopathic. They don't mind lying. It's a way of life with them. And for those who really rule the world, it's a natural thing to do, is to don't tell the children any truth. They see you as children, naive children, because they've kept you in the dark since you were born. And just like mushrooms, But yeah, people haven't got a clue of the system in which they and again, once you're out of school, most of your indoctrination is continued through fiction. Folk prefer fiction because life's pretty nasty and rotten and boring or whatever, or even scary. And so you escape from it all by fiction. And you live vicariously, either through sports. A lot of guys watch sports because in reality they have no ability or outlet to get rid of all their frustrations. So they watch guys, like a team is just a war on a battlefield is the field, the playing field. And it's a pitch, as we call it, pitch battle, you see. And so they live out through these characters in front of them. It's a vicarious way of living. In their own lives, they're given very little power today. It's been taken away from them. They're given up to until they're afraid to even assert their own selves over anything at all. All deliberately, too. A complete war on the male as well, naturally. And to get them into this position. Everything is a battle strategy. I hope you understand you've been living through battle strategies. They don't end. And they simply run into the next phase and the next phase and the next phase of whatever part of it is. And many things are going on at the same time in this particular battle. How do you get rid of the main problems? Who are your main problems? Well, to name them. Okay, how do you get rid of these ones, Take away their power from them, make them feel even tell them that the whole world's problems is theirs. That's what I've done with a lot of the males. It's ran through their in school, it was ran in their heads and so on. And so they're taught to even feel guilty about it for things that happen thousands of years. Nothing to do with them, nothing at all to do with them. But that's not the intention. The intention is to make them feel weak and helpless and useless and guilty. And at the same time, with young girls from a very early age, they're telling them to be assertive, etc., etc., etc. All battle strategies. It's all done deliberately. And again, people live through it, never catching on to it. Because strategies work awfully well if you get the children young enough. And that way you disable your opponents. The ones who down the road could be your main opponents. Well, they're not there anymore. They're not there. You've eliminated them. A war on society, a war on every individual, a war on genders, a war on everything that could have worked and did work at times. Nothing works perfectly, but the fact is complete war across the board to disable everybody in society, to get society itself collectively disabled. That's warfare. This is all warfare. Awfully effective. I'm not just making this stuff up. I've looked at the techniques for long-term and long-range warfare. And they have some, which can scare you with some nations that are at war at the moment. And how they've looked at their opponents, right down to the children that are getting born, to eliminate them. So they target women in those countries, because they breed the boys that are going to be the problem down the road. They're going to fight certain nations and so on. It's just astonishing what you read, and it's horribly effective. I mean, horribly, when you see it's actually been done for years and it's still ongoing. And this is taught as battle strategy. So when you look at your own nations and you see this long-term goal to eliminate opponents and then put in others that's been well known through the incredible studies that have been done on genders, women are more apt to go along and try something new in changing society if it's given to them by superior authority. You see? And so if you put experts behind folks, they're more apt to follow that and go along with it. And that's why you see so many today being placed, by the way, in charge of different functions in nations, especially during a phase of massive change. It's not coincidental, by the way, you know. And most of them are openly what they think is. They'll say they're socialist, but they'll go with the wind, and they do like to feather their own nest as well as they go along. So it's not for ideological purposes. Everything's a sham, really, isn't it? Everything's a complete sham. But the last folk who must figure this out are the public themselves, because the war is always on the public, and it's subdivided into different sections and groups of the general public, and ages too, of course. So again, you got to stop participating in deception, your own deception. But yeah, I can remember when Pierre Trudeau, reading about him years later, for instance, but it got me onto the track of looking at real communism. And I wasn't in Canada at the time, but to look at real communism to see how it worked. And Pierre Trudeau was a leader of the Young Communist Party for Canada. And he led the group from Canada for the Comintern Communist International over in 1952 to Moscow. Others too that I could name today, not just in Canada, who are names today. Others had big parts in that too. But there's a woman, in fact, who was part of the Young Communist International group. Recently I mentioned her name too. It's prominent in the newspapers. But anyway, Pierre Trudeau did follow it to the letter. The idea was they knew they couldn't overthrow the Western. It was the people. Remember, you are the nation, not the leaders. Huh? And that's why most of the work is targeting you to get you to change a whole bunch of things, you see, in your ways of thinking. So you are the ones that want to change. most folk, they knew from repeated attempts and testing, the perimeters, you might say, that's how they do it, how they phrase it, that the people in the West wouldn't have revolutions, that they just wouldn't be overthrown or collectively get the working classes to go and fight and overthrow whatever to take over. So they used the Fabian technique, you see, which again was born in Britain and funded by one of the richest guys on the planet at the time. That's always the way it is, because it's always deception. It's the same group at the top that will use different strategies for efficiency for themselves at that time. And Pierre Trudeau did run on the Liberal ticket, to get in. And afterwards, some of them boasted, and he himself did quip it a couple of times actually, that they did it. They got in by deception, by pretending they were just liberals, you see. And that's what Khrushchev said himself. And Khrushchev, when he came over to visit in the States, that's what he said. He said, we don't call them communists in America, we call them liberals. You see? But that was the party that they hid under at the time. Nothing has changed there. And but it's very deceptive to the public who watch it, because they see a lot of these liberals too who end up being multimillionaires in politics. Strange that how they can end up as multimillionaires. But the fact is, there are no real sides here. They'll play their game for those in charge at the very, very top. But again, the idea was that they could get in by deceiving the public, and once they're in, start pushing all the communistic doctrines under the guise of socialism, you see, and equality. It's always under the guise of equality. And one of the first things they do is try to destroy the nation state by mass migration, you see, even when you don't need mass migration. Because a lot of them you have to house, it costs a fortune to house people, to retrain them and even educate them, and before they can even learn to speak the languages a lot of the time, a lot of money, etc. It's not to help people, it's to help disrupt the nation itself, and in order to create a whole new system naturally, and the withering away of borders. But isn't it odd? Isn't it awfully odd that Karl Marx said that eventually you'll see the withering away of the nation state, but before that they'd create free trade zones, a European free collective zone with a parliament for the whole of Europe, and one for the Americas eventually, you see, and one for the Far East, the Asian Pacific region. So he wanted to put three free trade zones with 3 parliaments. And that's the same thing, of course, that the Lord Alfred Milner wanted for the British Empire. It's coincidence, of course, isn't it? What a coincidence. And they all wanted this idea of eventually the state running everything. So centralization is part of it. What do you think creating a European Parliament was about? It was centralizing all power. You're running through the same agenda, hundreds of years old, eh? And most folk haven't clued into that very fact. And then since 9/11, with free trade and 9/11 happening at the same time, and all these global meetings on free trade, the same agenda that Milner was pushing back in the 1800s, and even before that, when Britain set up the East India Company and the Dutch East India Company, the idea was always the same agenda. And then you'd set up the same parliamentary system in each country that you would take over, which they did very successfully. India did the same thing. It's based on the British system. And completely compromised, just like the one in Britain is, because it's not there to serve the people. So living through an old agenda, and so that here's the top capitalists working for the same agenda as the top communists, and using communism and capitalism to get to where they want to go. They're all terms, remember, words, eh? It's terms. Words can get you lost if you can't see what you're really looking at, because you get confused. Well, it can't be that because I've got a different name for it. No, you can use as many names as you want to camouflage something. It's what you actually see it as being that matters. It's really something. But folk, as I say, have no idea what they're really living through. And what you're living through is an eternal battle, really. Very old battle. And between good and evil. And yes, you can always bring it down to an earthly system. Okay, it's basically secularize it and use secular humanism to say it's bad people who are power hungry and crave power. They're psychopathic and they're not there for the common good. Whereas the humanists, remember, humanism is a religion, who know better. They know better how to rule the world and to give you bioethics, awfully important field, that bioethics. They can tell you what's moral and what's not moral, you see, using the sheer genius of their brain power. Because somehow they're untouchable. The common things that might make you get tempted, it doesn't bother them at all. They've got it all, you see. We live in amazing times. Watching all this stuff is kind of comical. But the folk never catch on. But as I say, you're going through evil times. You can feel it. It's tangible. There's never been such a time of mass lying across the board to the general public, all aimed at the public. With the admission they're using universities and behavioural insights teams and the SAGE groups and the other groups working on contract to the SAGE to brainwash the public to go along with everything that's been mandated. It isn't just to do with vaccinations. It's a whole new way of living, the global reset. This is the great transition. In the last century, they called it the coming century of change or transition, the great transition. Here it is, where the elite will have you all running like clockwork, they think, at the end of the chaos. They'll create the chaos first, then to fix it all, they'll bring down the population and they'll run everything to suit themselves bit by bit by bit. And everyone is monitored from cradle to grave. You can't get away from them. And they won't allow you. Most folk allow it to happen, all these rules to get passed and laws to get passed, and they comply with it, which doesn't help the next generation, you see. Planned a long time ago, planned before I was born, planned before you were born, and even my granddad, in fact, was born. How to use the general public and every nation. How to create divisions in society and use them against each other for your own use. How to get segments of society. Let's take the real idealistic viewpoint of history here. Let's look at a real fictional version of a Hamlet in somewhere in England in, say, the 1600s. In a little, very short-lived, peaceful time, right? And here they are, and there isn't a lot of smoky Hamlet, because you could smoke back then and to heat themselves and to cook without getting fined and all that. Again, but this is the idealized version. And here they're happy, and they've got their culture, and they know where they came from, and they're quite content and all that. How you destroy that? If you just come up as an outsider, they're going to turn on you. Collectively, it's a natural thing you do, and you won't get what you want. No, you must create divisions in this peaceful little hamlet, you see. And then you're going to say, to one of the farmers, how many pigs do you got there? I've got 4 or 5. Really, eh? And then you go to someone down the road there who's really struggling, and he's had a fire recently, and his place burned down, he's rebuilding it, and he can't do all the work at the same time, and he can't afford to hire anybody. How many pigs do you got? Oh, I've only got 2, and I lost some in the fire. Why is that guy up the road there got more than you, blah? Then you stir the pot, you stir it, get it going. Or you see folk, who are intensive units of solidarity, like a real family. But never heard of women's lib, eh? Never heard of it. Hadn't been invented yet. And any communist doctrine, hadn't heard of that either, And you get in there and say, why are you carrying those buckets, those heavy buckets? Why isn't your husband? Well, your husband, you see, was down in the field there, up to his knees in mud, cleaning, or he's in cleaning it. But that didn't matter. The point is to exaggerate differences, exaggerate them, stir it up. Then you get then get a collective, a bunch of women together, And then you start making demands. We aren't going to do this unless. Before you know it, the whole thing's in a mess. And in comes the overlord to rectify. You need a government. We're here to help you. This is how it's done, over and over and over again. Do you realize how many agencies have just appeared out of nowhere? You think they're coming out of nowhere to deal with the chaos in society on all social levels. Often from the very heads that are causing the problems. And they profit off the chaos they cause. Amazing, eh? From law. Oh, you need lots of new laws now and new lawyers, eh? The devil's advocate. We're not, how do you think we're taking over this world, they said? And the devil's advocate, just by pure force. Armies, he says, armies of lawyers. We turn out thousands every year, lawyers. Then end up in politics too, eh? Same characters. And before you know it, you can't just do this or that without getting a contract drafted up and paying legal fees for every darn thing that you do. Huh? Or destroy the family unit. There are countless agencies privately owned that deal not just with marriage counselling, which is generally how to break up quietly, but what to do with the children. So let's have all kinds of agencies to deal with the children, eh? And foster homes and this and that and the other, and psychologists get involved and psychiatrists, and every bit of chaos you cause, of disruption, as you destroy society and the fabric that holds it together, and the psyche that holds it, they profit off it. Amazing, isn't it? Interesting. It's also interesting. It's interesting that you enter an area that most folk don't want to look at. It scares them. You see, in an age where you haven't seen mass slaughter, like open slaughter, pits being dug and people being buried after being shot and killed or whatever by all kinds of methods, they're wide open for it to happen in different ways. Disease. It doesn't look so bad. Well, it's disease, you know. In an age where one of the top fields that you have for war is biowarfare, it is always said to be the weapon of choice for the future, biowarfare. And the beauty of it is you can't really, you can suspect all you want, you can add little bits all you want, but you always need an admission, like some crime drama, and you're not going to get it. It was the same with weather warfare. Lots of data from the military declassified on weather warfare. It's not a la-la land thing. It's not some conspiracy thing. They admit it from the Department of Defense declassified articles that have done it. They did lots of it in Vietnam to create massive flooding, for instance, in the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Weather warfare. Mud. And weather warfare, they said too, that the advantages of it, again, it's silent weapons for quiet wars, isn't it? Is it you can know all your, we're getting these strange signals and the weather's changing, or, things like that. The HARP technologies, all countries have it now, They had it back in the 70s. In Russia, or Riga, where they could blot out a lot of the airwaves in the West. Montreal was the first one to pick it up, I think. And it was a woodpecker effect, they called it. And it was a high-intensity, powerful signal getting put up into the ionosphere. And that's how the HARP technology works. Bounces off it, can intensify it too. You can actually aim it to bounce off and reflect down elsewhere on your target and block out all transmissions and on the AM frequencies, these are old technologies. And then you can superheat the atmosphere. They found out with the Alaskan one, testing that, superheat at standing waves. And you had these big explosions in the sky, clear skies, just boom. just superheating different parts of the atmosphere. And then lightning strikes in clear skies too in BC. It was interesting that. And you can aim that too across using the ionosphere as like a mirror to reflect it. Old stuff, declassified stuff now. But again, even though you know it's been used, you can pretty well suspect it. Again, it comes down to well, we know it, but we just need that last bit of admission. Well, you're not going to get admission. That's the whole point of silent weapons. Or introducing the bugs that eat crops. Old, again, masses and masses of information declassified on chemical and bacterial warfare. And then agriculture is part of it. How do you disable an enemy? Destroy their sustenance, their meat industry, milk industry, cheese industry, butter industry, by attacking the animals, attack the crops, all kinds of rusts, they call it, and things like that. You can go on and on about the horrors of what humans will do on behalf of the masters that run the planet, but should tell you what the masters are like. The masters are very cold. I remember too Malachi Martin, who was an enigma to some people, but he certainly sold the Catholic Church out. That is true. It's come out since, He helped with the Vatican II to destroy some of the principles that kept them together intact for a long time. And so he was like a double agent. He was also on an awfully good documentary years ago with William Buckley Jr. Interestingly, William Buckley Jr. was in CIA. Malachi Martin on the Art Bell show years later talked about the fact that a lot of the Jesuits and so on in the Catholic Church during the Cold War worked with the CIA because they were all over the world, and they get into countries and come back with information. But Malachi Martin did say that on one of his interviews. You'll never know where his head really was at with Malachi Martin, unfortunately, but he did bring isn't that odd, a guy who worked and sold out the church at one point, really like big time traitor, a real double agent indeed, for pay too. He was paid to do it. Brought back in a humanistic world, in a world where humanism was demanding that folk give up superstition, as the communists called it too, silly superstitions, and try to get rid of it all. And it's all taught through all colleges and universities. All science will replace all these things eventually, and we'll live in a humanistic society where experts in human brains will be ruling us. Well, God help us then, Especially if you would wonder, they're really so human, But Malachi Martin did bring them into the church, where it was intentionally or inadvertently the spark of something that was sorely lacking. As folk become more and more worldly and secular, including the church, naturally. Because the church itself, all churches are basically staffed with people who come out of the general population. They've been through the same changes, the same indoctrinations into the secular world, whereas science is supposed to supplant all problems and solve them all and become the guiding light, you see. That's a lot of power to give to mere mortals, the scientists. But Malachi Martin, as I say, inadvertently or whatever, did bring back a spark of something which was sorely lacking for a long time. And again, it's a very powerful thing that the elite actually fear. It's always intrigued me that. But he brought back the idea of the supernatural and the preternatural. The preternatural are powers that are above ordinary powers, which evil has in the Catholic viewpoint, or the Christian viewpoint, or even the ancient world viewpoint, because a lot of it came from the ancient world, remember, even pre-Judaic, a lot of it. And he brought out hostage to the devil. excellently written book describing people. You can take it from two ways. Either they've got severe mental problems, or they've got there's other forces at work here, entities, something in a secular society folk don't want to contemplate. It's astonishing how they'll accept through dramas and movies, fictional movies, mass slaughters. It's horrible, something incredibly horrible. But when it comes to what's behind these mass horrors, is it just human nature? Are we so defective a species? Or is there something else at play? So Malachi Martin brought back this idea of the supernatural. Supernatural is something that comes from the Creator, you see. Supernatural is supposed to be preternatural. Anything created by the Creator, therefore, has, like rebellious demons or angels, have these abilities, but they're not so much super, that they're definitely above what any humans can do, but they're preternatural. Well, that was the difference. And he brought back into the church the idea, something that they were forgetting. And you're living in a world of forces. We can accept the fact that there are forces at work when it comes to, it's secular forces, or you don't know who the people are generally or whatever, but you know they're. Yeah. But the fact is, no, what is in them? And one of his talks, he did touch on someone he'd worked with for a long time, for quite a few years in fact, till one day he saw him in a particular angle in a library they were working, and he realized he was looking at something who was perfectly possessed. Something, a very interesting concept. It doesn't matter what you think of it or believe in it, but just take it from what he said. He said that he confronted the guy about it. And the guy realized, before he said anything, that Martin had noticed it. Because these things, remember, have abilities. They have these psychic abilities. And there was no big argument or a row erupted over it or anything, but it was acknowledged that the guy, he'd had it for years and years and years. And he was perfectly content with this thing abiding within him. And you see, this kind of thing rings a bell. It could be like Jung said, who knows? Everybody's got their points of view. But there's such a thing as archaic symbology, archetypal symbology, something that rings true in all of us when we see certain things or experience certain things that shouldn't. When you get a chill running up your spine when a certain thing is mentioned, or a certain place is reached, and you know something's happened, or you didn't know beforehand, but you do know now. You've all had these odd happenings, and suddenly, as I say, inadvertently perhaps, who knows? It brought back into the church something they'd forgotten about, and he did say something true, regardless of the fact that he'd sold out. He said the church, like all institutions, right, become corrupt. They all do. Become lazy. It's not new. It's been done before. In all churches, in all religions, where you get a class that evolves out of it, living on the rest, that becomes fat and lazy, and they expect it to be the normal, that this is the way, you see. They forget what they're there for. Francis of Assisi had the same problem. He came back after years being away, after setting up a lot of the monasteries, and to see his own monks basically fat, and they were getting big endowments from generally widowed women, and leaving all the money to them, and they were fat and lazy, and he walked off again. He was so disgusted. What happened to them? So there's nothing new in it. It happens through all institutions. Even if you could get, they do it with communism, eh? Supposedly they clean out the system, then they put their own people in who are fanatics. Within that generation, they're all corrupt, just like the previous ones. Doesn't matter what you want to call them. That's what happens. So anyway, this is important thing, and very important thing to touch on, because getting back to CONology, where you must participate in your own deception, because you think you're going to get something out of it. Then what's happening in your lives and to the world in general is the biggest deception we've ever lived through right now. You've been living through, I've watched my own lifetime, a good part of it being pushed way faster, because that's how it works. As they knock down more and more pillars that hold up the roof of stability, you see, it weakens all the other pillars. And the fewer pillars there are, the faster they can move then, you see. And that's what they've been doing since, well, the last 50 years or so. And you really see it happening, and you see the fruits of it. And the fruits, again, it's almost like demonology, where things will wither very quickly, including the fruit itself. But what's awfully important is the one thing that churches had forgotten, especially Protestant churches, because Protestant churches were completely hand in hand with science, primarily logic again, and so they were easily converted right off the bat, you see, into the idea of, oh no, it's just, they can pray and all the rest, but no, don't believe in it too deeply, huh? And there's no central command. In Protestantism, hundreds and hundreds of, there's still new sects dividing yet from previous divisions, and that's another thing when there's no central command, you see. But they gave up, they embraced the science so quickly. And that's why they were the first ones to fall away from churches. And of course, then you have Freemasonry through it to a humanistic religion to an extent. Higher orders is a bit different. It's more than just the humanistic part. But this is the important thing of all. Communism, which is a front. It's a front, communism, for those who want to rule the world. Of course it is. Just like today, the World Economic Forum is a front for the same group that wants to rule the whole world. Just like the whole idea for COVID and complete lockdown, restructuring of society, destroying all economies and rebuilding is a front. It's all the same system running it all. But from the days of communism, you had the communists themselves laying out what they had to destroy. But the top was religion. Because people, they won't stand and fight for basically a secular idea. You can't get them all to fight, you see. But you can get more of them, and almost all of them may fight for religion or a belief, especially a God-given belief, huh? With God-given rights. Well, who's going to oppose God-given rights? Well, look who's doing it today. The World Health Organization, from the start, they got to end this exemption for religious purposes. Huh? They've been at that for years and years. Really? It's an awful nuisance, this God-given thing. You've got rights by your creator. Huh? You're born with them. And these characters are there to persuade you to give them all up to them. Mao Zedong, great Mao Zedong in China, said the same thing. He wasn't scared. He wasn't scared at all. He says, all power comes from the barrel of a gun, he says. But he said what did frighten him the most was a big idea. What he was referring to was religion. When the communists took over the Soviet system, they went to slaughter. They got the worst beasts imaginable in human form to do the slaughtering. That continued throughout this whole Soviet Union's period, by the way, and all the Soviet bloc countries. Horrible things were done. And that they wipe out religion especially. They went to town to try to eradicate it. You saw it in the Spanish Revolution too, the so-called Civil War. There's really communists behind that too. And what they did to the nuns. Or Trotsky's train, when he was head of the Red Army in the reign of terror in Russia. And he had actually priests dangling on ropes at the back of the train as they went past all the different villages and stuff. Never changes. Never changes. And yet, those once they're in power, they can kill millions under different guises. Even for necessity. Well, we can't feed you all. No. then they'll encourage you, and they'll get people from academia to come out and explain to you why it's necessary that you just starve to death, or you don't live too long, because there's not enough medications to go around, you know. You're going to cost the state money, just like you do in Canada now and other countries, step by step by step. But at one time, folk would be horrified. I'm not talking about real, deeply, fundamentally religious people. It was a natural thing that people felt. They had God-given rights, and life was precious. Not the Julian Huxley type, where we'd have to knock man off his pedestal and train him and teach him that he's just another animal in order to change and rule over him. That's what he said, eh? But what they're afraid of is the other thing. Because what scientists can actually take on God, eh? And it doesn't matter what he prattles off about his degrees and this, the other. It makes no difference. Huh? It's like the US Constitution, it was put together by Freemasons. And again, not all of them were absolutely exactly like peas in a pod, but they were sworn allegiance to the same kind of things. And they said, that this was a chance for folk to rule themselves, like an experiment. It was called the Great Experiment at the time. The Soviet system was called the Second Great Experiment. So the first one was American, even though it wasn't given much of a chance, to be honest with you, because the corruption was there from the beginning, from the big landowners. And Washington came out of it owning, 200 miles of land, I think it was, than he did at the start. So it was very profitable too, when you get away from the foundation myths of countries. But it is interesting to note that they talked about self-evident, that's what was self-evident. The people had rights, and it was self-evident. What they really meant was it's given by God. They hate to use the term, being Masons, most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. And but it was self-evident. Well, that which is self-evident, that the rights you have have been decimated since then by those that rule. And it's a joke, a sick joke, to try to pretend that the US is still the same US of A. It's not. When someone has a state coming after them and goes through their entire savings, and if they could live another 500 years, they still couldn't take the state on. If you can't afford, what kind of justice is it where it costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to properly fight some charge? That's railroaded. That's not justice. That's power. That's corrupted power. Of course it is. And then the state takes away one right after another. Again, using all of its agencies. Well, now we've got this other agency, this health agency now. It's privately owned, but it's a health agency, and you better do what they tell you. You see. And these religious exemptions just won't stand up. No way, we can't have that. That's an abuse. You see. It's always the same thing, isn't it? They could never go so far as they've done without chipping away at religion, step by step by step. Most folk, the best Christians I've ever met, are quiet Christians. They'll stand up for themselves, but they're not the ones that the TV type, that go around there with the prosperity doctrine, to make money. And God wants you to have gold now, not in heaven, like one of them said, one of the preachers did say a while back. But no, most folk are quiet, but they have their beliefs, and there's enough of them. They can be a problem to people who want to take all the rights away from them, under whatever excuses go, the common good, and the greater good. So communism always hammered at it. It was the first target of the French Revolution and the Bolshevik Revolution, going on to the long-term Russian Revolution, the Soviet era. And here it is all again, eh? Same thing. Do you look at the characters you see on television or in the news spouting what they're spouting today? Do you want to have them as your supreme leaders and the supreme being over you? Do you really, don't you feel a bit of trepidation when you look at them and listen to them? Today, especially? You better hear the warnings and motivate yourselves, because everyone here is involved. Everybody's involved right now. And you're all going to get the ultimatum given to you individually. You know that. I look at different authors and the lives of some of these authors, like Aldous Huxley, a man who obviously was up there in the planning. He was in because of his family connections and on the big agenda. That's why he came out with Brave New World, that science would dominate and control, and that's all there would be. No mention of a supreme being or anything above that sort of thing. Some deity, some god. And Brave New World, it was just purely secular, and science running everything, right down to the breeding of people. And the non-human births, even our pregnancies, really, everybody's grown in a test tube to an extent, and sperm and ovum came out of the same selected batches over and over. They'd been altered to perfection, supposedly. So you had the division of labor, the communistic division of labor, for those who don't know about that. That's what the alpha, the betas, etc. Were designed to do. And the alphas at the top were the natural leaders. They were designed to be the leaders. And there's alpha plus as well. But all the way down the way, right down, they had the division of labour was done right down to menial tasks for certain types, and therapies and drugs, naturally, to keep people in line. If the ones at the bottom with their monotonous tasks and repetitive tasks, etc. An advanced civilization that they created. But there's no mention anywhere of any particular deity. Religion had been abolished pretty well. The closest thing to it was in the books from the savages. Some of the savages outside their huge, supposed magnificent utopias, the cities outside it was the savages, remnants of the old ones who were born naturally and things like that, very primitive people, they said. And one of them, the main character in the book, the savage, that they brought into the city to show him off, had read Shakespeare and other books too. He was talking about beauty and love, and the people couldn't imagine that. He was mixing with the betas and so on. They were too happy doing their own thing, free sex, different partner every night. In fact, it was illegal, I think, to have the same partner twice a week. Very important, you see, no bond. You can't, if you bond to anybody, you could be a problem for. Now there's two of you against the state, perhaps. It's much easier when it's just you and the state's against you. So a family is taboo. But they bring him in and they kind of laugh at him and see, I think it's kind of quaint with these old-fashioned ideas of bonding and bringing up children yourselves and all that. But they couldn't relate to him at all. But really, when you think about it, what it was showing you is that artificial humans have been altered, literally altered, genetically altered, to be created, to be what they are by humans. Weren't really different. They weren't the same human as the savage at all. He was natural, and they were not. They were unnatural. What really changes? You're back into the same area, whether you like it or not, of not just philosophy, but religions going back for thousands and thousands, maybe even millions, who knows, of years, of the questions that are asked about life in itself. And it always comes down to the same thing, that which is different from you. Different. Humanly different, And that takes him back again in a circle to the idea of all those that work in the realm of CONology. Back to CONology again. You must participate in your own deception. The armies of people paid big money from your tax money to lie to you and convince you and deceive you and manipulate you and nudge you into doing that which perhaps is not in your interest to do, your best interest to do. On behalf of your government that dishes out the cash to these agencies with instructions. Are you content being lied to? This is not conspiracy stuff. I've given the articles out for years, and even the recent ones, within the SAGE units, the nudge units, etc. And the Yale one right now, it's ongoing right now with all its different levels of how to convince the public to do what they're told using psychology, right down to scolding and getting other people to point fingers at you. They're not quite there. And to use all shaming techniques, all these terrible things, to make you obey and comply. And yet you're supposed to be an individual being here. You're either free or you're not free. I hope you understand the difference. If you want to define what freedom means, or chained, not free. If you're truly free and the rights of a free person, what's the first lie they tell you to take those rights from? Well, you see, you could be endangering others because you're not complying. No, that's called tyranny, folks. It's been used before. It always ends up in a horror show. We know this from history. And getting back to what we're talking about, to the same guy, this goes round. See, my mind goes in circles, because Malachi Martin talked about these characters, again, like from the one he talked about in the library that he'd known for years, without, maybe at the back of his mind he suspected something as almost a subconscious, or not even something on the fringe. It's not into the consciousness yet, but there's something there, and then it hits you one day. But look at all these folk that run the world, the ones who sit up there and lord over the general public with this air of superiority. All the top CEOs, as they mandate the world they're bringing in on behalf of their masters, because they do have masters, these multimillionaire characters. They have masters, all right. You better believe it. And what are these masters? Where's it leading to, eh? You don't have to, it's always been there. What I'm saying now has been said for thousands of years. But he talked about the perfectly possessed. Now, I'm sure psychiatrists can go off and pontificate for weeks about the same thing. If they want to, fine, let them do it. I don't care. But I've experienced people like that who definitely have something in them. I have no problems with that at all, of understanding it and seeing it. And it's very real. And you have to say, are they simply just psychopaths? I remember, I've told our folk this over the years, if you draft up a list of signs and symptoms of the psychopath, of the nature and traits of the psychopath, and you list down the signs and symptoms of the possessed, it's pretty well the same. In psychiatry, they've got this big puzzle. Oh, psychopaths are puzzles. Really? Are they really such? Because again, in religion, you don't say they're a puzzle. They're quite understandable. There's something in them. They don't react to horror the same way as we do. That's why they can commit such horror and sleep at night, because they have no conscience. Where's the other place that you've been taught about something that hates humankind so much? It's the same thing, the same way. Well, guess where, eh? I'm just bringing all these things up because you've got to ponder them. You really have to ponder them. Because you're living in such deception today, really evil deception, where when you uncover it, and it's eventually admitted, yes, we are paying all these psychopaths to brainwash you and lie to you and deceive you to get what we want for the greater good. and literally handing them out from the groups working for Sage in Britain, using taxpayers' money, to the groups that they put out the instructions to all media on how to step up anxiety to frighten the people into compliance by exaggerating stories and so on. Whoa, this is admitted, this is published admissions here. What kind of characters go home after terrifying the public and sleep well? Well, you can say psychopaths if you want. But eventually, you're going to see a lot of compliance towards these psychopaths by folk that you might know, and local cops, and everybody else, as they start to enforce all these horrible mandates on the public. And you will, individually, you're going to come down to the choice. You always knew it was coming. And it's a good thing to contemplate before it all happens, isn't it? In the meantime, as I say, step by step, hopefully you've done what I've mentioned. Try and get a few people to at least help each other out. Swear to help each other out. Do it. Because you all need help. What's coming down the pike here. For basic necessity, just getting along. Because, as I say, the food supply is a big target of those at the top. They want to destroy it to an extent, to starve you into compliance. I really mean this. This is war. These are all warfare strategies as we're going through. It's nothing to do with COVID. The COVID's a separate thing. It's an excuse. It's a milder thing than I've said. It's hitting certain factions of society harder. We know this. And you can guess as much as you want if it's all accidental or was purposely released. It's up to you. So what you want to think or believe. But put it this way, I see them all in it together, China and the West all working together. And for goodness sake, we know that the virus was in North Carolina, and then through Fauci and the rest of them, they made sure it got to Wuhan. They even financed Wuhan to continue the gain-of-function tests on it and so on, experiments. I mean, there's nothing I really have to really guess at here. It's been published already by them. But evil has to be stood up against. And personally, no matter what you think, humanistically or secular-wise or anything, you should be really at least indignant at having your money paying these evil characters that are finding ways to shame you and force you into complying with things that you shouldn't perhaps comply with. Some indignancy would certainly help. I've given so many talks about the system and total warfare, as I've said, has been going on my whole life long, and my parents too, grandparents. You either had wars going on. In between the wars, you had Great Depressions that lasted from the after World War I right up into World War II and beyond World War II in Britain. And then, after World War II, the folk were still in rationing up until the 1950s. And after that, a lot couldn't even afford the meat then, you know. Sacrifice for the greater good, you see. And then when the folk started to get a little bit, you know, of money for the first time, a little bit, it took them years to get to even the 1980s before they started to actually see some money getting saved a little bit and so on. And then Margaret Thatcher privatised, which she shouldn't have done, the council housing systems, because it was technically owned by the municipalities, the people. And it guaranteed housing for all paid for by your grandparents and great-grandparents, you know, already. So how could you even sell them off? But they did. And then when they start to think they're getting ahead and so on, they're involved in all these foreign wars in the Middle East, masses of migration into Britain before that too, and then during it and afterwards across the whole of Europe because of it. The blowback was all predicted before they started the wars. It was part of the strategy. And then they give you a financial crash in 2007 and 8. And guess what? You're into austerity. And here's the next part of it, and the big changes too, and the complete reworking and rebuilding of a world society based on socialism, because they're done now with the so-called the pretense of free enterprise and democracy has served its purpose. There's never a generation been given peace. Really. Think about that. They really haven't been given any peace. Wars, depressions, bank crashes, rip-offs, plundering of the economies. One thing after the other, eh? And yet folk want to preserve a system because they're brainwashed to think it was all real and it was there for them. They want to try to preserve that system for them. So whatever you do, you can't go back to the same crooks running you. You can't do it. With the pretense, that they're there for you. Should have had enough of all that nonsense. And you certainly don't want the communistic replacement for efficiency's sake that the masters now want. The authoritarian society. I know that when I look and listen to some of these radical front people who are put out there, they're all fronts, all of them. And you hear them completely altering reality as you live through the reality about what you're seeing and what you're noticing as news. And they're preaching radical communism with all of that which it entails, which is mass slaughter down the road, maybe even sooner than you think. You got to say, what is in these people? And even if you say, well, okay, they're front people for much bigger organizations, which they certainly are, because I know for a fact they would change their tune if they're told to give the opposite points of view, and they'd still get up the ladder to power. They would do it overnight, immediately. They are what we call psychopaths, certainly. But is that all that's in them? And then you have to say, why would you accept a system where such psychopaths are picked and chosen and trained and employed and used by the elite to rule over you, to change you? Why are you doing it? Why are you accepting this? You're hearing them say it's blatant lies every darn day, which can have no resolution, any practical sense to bring peace on earth, put it that way. It's meant to create incredible divisions, and because it's based mainly on Marxist fantasy, it can't be satisfied anyway. It's a system based on hate with targets, and those who are taught to hate are told who their targets are. That's not going to end up peacefully. But the people at the very top of the world are backing them right now, backing them financially. Which tells you, and I know that even the Irish Sentinel, that they're talking about what should really have to be done if these characters are overthrowing a system that you're in, and not for the greater good, put it that way, then really it's treason. It's insurrection. It's tyranny. In any real system, it would have to be dealt with and then put on trial for what they're doing and what they're going to do, what they're talking about doing to everybody, and dealt with and charged. But the problem, of course, is the fact that the structural system in which we live, the whole structure, is theirs in the first place with its police and everything to do with forces. When you hear force like a military force or police force, these are their instruments which they will use. And unfortunately, the forces tend to always go along with whoever rules them. Even when a country's invaded, the police immediately go to work the next day for the new master. It doesn't stop. And that's the unfortunate part of it. And police and everything today is completely politicized, with different people being the focus of police attention, especially in the States right now, and across Europe too, where other groups are left completely alone because they've got an elevated status because of some minority position or something like that. There's nothing fair about the system today. It's been completely destroyed in regards to fairness and logic. But yeah, folk who are deliberately paying to have the countries overthrown, to bring in the new system on behalf of those who already rule it at the top, and have done it quietly for a long, long time, behind the scenes. And you're all going to have to suffer because of it, because they've decided to change their world, which they believe they own, without your permission to do so. Like you have no rights at all. I mean, it's up to you if you want to accept that or not. But these people who are funding massive overthrow of a system that belongs supposedly to everybody. Okay, it's a farce, we know that. But supposedly it belongs to everybody. You're all paying for it. And they're changing it for their agenda at the top, using all instruments at the bottom for themselves. And funding groups that are radically burning down parts of cities and so on. Funding them. As I said before, under the anti-terrorism law, if you accept money from terrorist organizations, it's the same if giving money to terrorist organizations, you are classed as a terrorist. Well, what happens to all these CEOs and corporations here? You either have the laws or you don't have the laws. You can't select it. It can be selectively enforced. But this is the new system you need to be brought into, with all these things in play at the time. The WEF, the World Economic Forum, has already stated, along with the Club of Rome and others too, that work for the big global structure. They've already said that all the sustainability rules that they couldn't get the public to accept, for like depopulation and post-consumerism and a serviced economy, all this kind of stuff that I talked about years ago. If they couldn't get it done that way, they can get it done by using under the cover of COVID. And they could only allow the companies that would go along with sustainability to reopen. The ones who they deemed, and they're what do you call them, star chambers, where you don't know your accuser. They'll just decide that you're not sustainable, not essential, etc., and you can't reopen, yada, yada, yada. And you only accept this. Oh dear, folk really don't know. And this is the sad part, the path. You're managed step by step to give in and to concede, step by step by step by step. And the hope that somehow they'll miss you and it won't get as bad as you suspect it might. That's how it works every time. This isn't the first time in history this kind of thing has happened. So there you are. Now I'm going to touch on a few articles tonight. But again, I've got to keep reminding you, go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, buy the books and discs, or donate to me. You can use PayPal, you can send cash. There's other ways to get money to me. Checks, and I think MoneyGram too, still on the go. But it helps me tick along. And remember, as I say, make a note of all the sites I have, my official sites, because they are mine. If you can't get my articles up fast enough when I put them up on Sunday nights, then go to my site first before, because some people will take it, you see, to put up on video instead. They've got work to do and processing to do, and it can take longer times to do so. So if you're really in a hurry, you can get MP3 at my site, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. But again, help me tick along and donate to me, because really you have no idea what we're going into here. Now, a few articles just to bolster what I'm talking about at times. But again, just the things that make you ponder about, as I say, like Malachi Martin and his explanation of things, is it really that far-fetched? Do you really think it's just that humans are just horrible people who just go into mass slaughters and so on? or what takes them over, what's at the top that pushes this kind of thing. And who benefits from it? You're always going to say who benefits. Well, the ones who plan it. But what's in them? I've met some of the characters up near the top, and really, there's no doubt there's something in them. They're as cool as can be, like cucumbers, cool as can be. And they don't get stressed, so you could certainly say they're psychopaths. They're not stressed. Psychopaths can't handle stress, you understand. So they don't generally have it. They'll work off stress by getting into someone else's head near them, even a couple of people, and having them argue with each other. And they'll sit back and watch the conflict that they've started. They sit back and watch it, and that pleases them. They get a release from it. That's what a psychopath does. They're perfect for that. It's an amazing gift they have, if you want to call it a gift. But the ones at the top literally can make horrible decisions, but to them it's all practical. They don't feel it, Now, here's an example right here. Right? I've mentioned the Yale study that's ongoing on ways to convince the public. I might put up again the link to that one. They're getting paid by your tax money to convince you to go along with it. And they'll shame you and nudge you and get folk to turn against you and all the rest of it to make you comply and conform, right? Now here's one of these characters, these bioethicists, this fairly recent term. I remember when they first launched them back in the early 2000s, and you heard bioethics, and professors would put out little bits and quips and we're bioethicists. We know what's best for humanity. All you have to do is convince the public to just go along with it, you see. Later, better is decide for it. See, you haven't been trained to be a good psychopath. It's not easy to train you because it's a gift that you're born with, being a psychopath. No conscience required. This is this guy who's one of them, right? Morality pills may be the US best shot at ending the coronavirus pandemic, according to one ethicist. There you are, morality pill. And it says, Parker Crutchfield, it does not work for, consult, own shares in, or receive funding from any company or organization that would benefit from this article, and has disclosed no relevant affiliations beyond their academic appointment. Right? So I see that as a resume to get employed. Who knows? But I don't believe him anyway. COVID-19 is a collective risk. There you are. It threatens everyone. And we all must cooperate to lower the chance that the coronavirus harms any one individual. So it comes down to anyone getting harmed, right? Anyone, right? That's an excuse that you've already heard from Fauci. If anybody gets harmed, you see, when you hear the same terms used, this guy's in on it, right? And it's a collective. It says it threatens everyone. Now, they started at the very beginning even, don't worry, it's only the immunocompromised and the elderly that get sick and might die from it. Remember that? Remember that one? Don't worry about it. That's what they said, eh? In fact, Fauci said that they didn't think the US had much to worry about at all back in January and February. Right? Remember that one as well? But then again, so if you're diabetic or if you're obese, high blood pressure, etc., comorbidities, then you might get a problem. See, that's what they said. But most folk, you see, won't even know they've had it. But this guy re-changes his reality again. It threatens everyone. How does it threaten everyone when a tiny minority get sick and an even tinier minority die with it? And so he brings it down to if it harms any one individual. So his whole stance on changing the whole system, right? And you better just comply with your betters. Is that just one person could get harmed, right? That would be the first in history, even for a common cold. That kills some folk every year too, who've got comorbidities or some simple flu. Among other things, that means keeping safe social distances and wearing masks, even though the CDC in May put it up on their own website, right? That the masks don't do any good at all against COVID, right? So even though the so-called top experts say it's no use to you, guys like this are trying to for the greater good, want you all wear masks, even though it's causing harm, right? And the social distancing, as I say, came out of a computer model, nothing to do with reality. And in fact, all countries have different distances you have to keep apart. So he goes on to say, but many people choose not to do these things, making spread of an infection more likely. When someone chooses not to follow public health guidelines around the coronavirus, they're defecting from the public good. So you're bad, see? It's the moral equivalent of the tragedy of the commons. If everyone shares the same pasture for their individual flocks, some people are going to graze their animals longer or let them eat more than their fair share, ruining the commons in the process. Selfish and self-defeating behavior undermines the pursuit of something from which everyone can benefit. Really? So here's persuasion from a bioethicist at work, see? I should also add to him, because he also hasn't studied history, that the commons were taken from them by the lords, bit by bits. If you look at the levellers in Britain, for instance, and the diggers, that when the diggers try to keep their commons and start using it again, because they've been getting pushed off the common grazing pasture, and it wasn't just grazing, it was for vegetables, for them. That's all they had, most of them. And, vegetarian was nothing new for the common people. That's all they could get. And Walter Raleigh and these newly knighted people who were pirates, really, were the last ones that took the land off to diggers. They sent in the troops. But when he was given the land, Walter Raleigh was granted the land now he was a sir, by the Queen. Yeah, it's a different thing. Anyway, get waylaid here from this article. So you're all guilty. See, it's your own fault because you want something, and it's a selfish behavior. Democratically enacted enforceable rules. Where's the democratically enacted enforceable rules? Democratically enacted? Mandating things like mask wearing and social distancing might work if defectors could be coerced into adhering to them, but not all states have opted to pass them or to enforce the rules that are in place. This guy's got all the makings of a real tyrant, Ooh. He hasn't given you one bit of evidence as to why any of this works. Even though some countries ignored it all, and they're fine. And they haven't destroyed their economies in the process. So it says, my research in bioethics focuses on questions like how to induce those who are non-cooperative to get on board with doing what's best for the public good. To me, it seems the problem of coronavirus defectors could be solved by moral enhancement, like receiving a vaccine to beef up your immune system. That's a moral enhancement. People could take a substance to boost their cooperative, pro-social behavior. Could a psychoactive pill be a solution to the pandemic? There you go. It's a far-out proposal. It's bound to be controversial. No kidding. It gives you links to all this stuff. But once I believe it, it's worth considering, given the importance of social cooperation in the struggle to get COVID-19 under control. So public good games show scale of the problem. He goes on and on and on. Yeah. You just won't cooperate, you see. You just won't cooperate. You won't do what you're told by guys like experts, A morality pill might be the answer to it. You're not complying. Oh, we'll force you to take this pill here. Go right to your brain, and before you know it, you'll sign on to anything, right? There you go. That's his answer. That's democratic, isn't it? They're out there, aren't they, these characters? They really are. They really are out there, aren't they? Quite something. And then you get this one. Yeah. Interesting again, because you see, all this stuff we're talking about here was planned years ago. Digital currency testing. I remember in Canada doing the articles on radio at the time, when I was on radio. of places in Canada where they were testing out literally nothing but digital currency on credit cards and things like that, and no money at all, and giving folk the usual little incentives and extras to go along with it, using certain cities in Ontario, for instance, as the test beds for it. Old idea. And then the World Bank came out a few years ago saying it's about time now to push digital currency and get rid of cash altogether. I did all those articles too. So this is the excuse to do it, you see. You need a good terror campaign to push all these things forward. It works wonders. So China's Commerce Ministry released new details Friday of a pilot program for the country's central bank digital currency to be expanded to several metropolitan areas, including Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region, and Yangtze River Delta region. And the Commerce Ministry is currently running a pilot test in 4 cities, and they mention the cities too. And the People's Bank of China, the currently central bank, is supervising the rollout of the CBDC pilot program in a city-by-city basis. So we're going to use the digital yuan for digital currency. And it says the networks, the Beijing-owned China Global Television Network, said test subjects would be able to withdraw money, make payments, and transfer money after registering with their mobile phone number. So your phone is the big key to it, as always. The banks are also testing a scenario where users can transfer money without the internet. So this is the way, and it ties in too with basically your social standing program, your social status basically program, because everyone's getting that. And with the COVID idea, everything is getting rammed through. Everything that they've been talking about at the World Economic Forum for years and years, and the Council on Foreign Relations in their foreign affairs magazines. All the agendas, and the Club of Rome, they've published it too. They can get all their agendas through under COVID. Isn't that amazing, eh? Like they must be praising COVID for making it all happen. All of it. I don't mean some of it, but all of it. Isn't that amazing, eh? In Australia is quite amazing. I've mentioned before that the countries that England or London used to rule, this corporation called Britain, or UK, or Great Britain as it was then. And it's a corporation, a maritime corporation, right? Maritime law. But all of its countries that own, basically, it was called the Dominion, you see, of Britain, Great Britain. And Canada was called the Dominion up until not that long ago. Dominion of Great Britain, Canada. Now it's just part of the Commonwealth again, right? But it says Australia. Australia is really going to town with it, isn't it? And it says Australian 5 and 10 cent coins to disappear as pandemic ushers in cashless society. Well, Canada did away with the pennies and things, and they were talking about doing away with nickels and then dimes eventually, they hope, in the process too. And the little incentive is when you're using cash, but the money's not there to give you the proper change eventually, so you get short-changed each time until you say, oh, I'm fed up with this, I'll just start using digital. See how they prompt and force you and coerce you to do what they want you to do, right? And as I've said before, when your choices are taken from you, eventually when crisis happens, then you don't have any other choices. You're done for. Don't laugh at having choices. So as is leading up to the pandemic, coin circulation in Australia experienced a sharp decline in the use of 5 and 10 cent coins. Can they prove that? Royal Australian Mint CEO Ross McDermott told ABC News he expects 5 and 10 cent coins to be phased out of circulation in the coming years, adding that the pandemic has likely shortened the natural life of coins. Wow, there you go. Amazing how pandemics done everything that they want today. They blame everything on my internet speed is blamed on COVID. I'm not kidding you. Slow speed. Oh, it's the COVID, And I talked to the guy. I said, well, why don't you just give some antiviral medication or an expectorant to the satellite? Everything's blamed on it. What a joke, eh? Oh, everything's, see, even with farming and the food supply will start crashing and all that. It's not because it's not COVID that caused it. It's the response, this engineered response to it, preordained response that's destroying everything, folks, and killing folk. And more to come. I just want to touch on one thing while I'm on this article before I forget it, to getting back to the value of life. And with bioethicists now saying, yeah, you shouldn't live more than 65 years. I mean, really, you shouldn't even get your pension. The state could do with that pension money and use it for better things, you know, that you paid into all your whole life. They've had professors come out and say this kind of thing. Again, it's bioethics, you know. It's to train you that you're a piece of you-know-what. Just take euthanasia. It's painless these days, you know. And it's cheap. We don't want to treat you for anything. You know, older folk cost money. Barack Obama had that in his speeches running for presidency. Oh, my grandmother, he was on his granny all the time. And she must have cost the state quite a lot of money. So what? How much money did he throw at the wars? How much money are they throwing at vaccine companies? Trillions of bucks across the planet. Trillions of bucks for all things that won't be used. Trillions of bucks to keep everybody from going to work. And then they'll try and tell you that to treat you for something, oh God, it's just too expensive. When you see a failure in logic, in the continuity of logic, you're being deceived, folks. So, yeah, back to the Reserve Bank of Australia recently published data showing the rapid decline of physical currency used in transactions over the last half decade. Yep. So trying to say that, well, it's time maybe just to get off cash altogether and use contactless payments and stuff, eh? And that way they can monitor every single person on the planet and withhold it if you're bad. And if they withhold it and they won't let you use your own account for a week or a month to punish you because you're asocial or you've been politically incorrect, you'll have no cash system to use anymore. Do you see how it starts to work, folks? That's how the animals get trained. Australia's big four banks removed thousands of ATMs. That's just a coincidence, probably because of COVID, and shut down hundreds of branches as the coronavirus crisis pushes the nation closer to a cashless society. And the COVID again, eh? It just shuts down all these machines and so on, and branches. So you're going to have to use nothing but cashless. There you go. COVID again, eh? And then this article here, there's a whole bunch actually on banks, a whole stack of them. Doctors are banned from prescribing potential COVID-19 drug. And this is in Australia again, in Queensland. There's new prescription rules brought into effect in Queensland Tuesday, mean clinicians are banned from prescribing the drug. And it's that hydroxychloroquine one you're not supposed to mention. Yeah, it's banned. Yeah. Hydroxychloroquine as a COVID-19 treatment. So the doctors are banned from prescribing it and get a $13,000 fine. Isn't that astonishing? When you qualify as a doctor, you're supposed to have the license to prescribe anything you see fit. But again, that's in the old system of freedom. This is the new freedom. Freedom to do and obey what you're told to do by ones at the top. At the moment, hydroxychloroquine is an anti-malarial drug now used to treat autoimmune conditions such as lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. Right? This goes on to say there's no solid evidence it's effective against COVID-19. But I'll put up articles too, because remember, you see, Fauci said during the SARS and the MERS one, MERS, It was effective. It was okay for that coronavirus, you see. But at that time, he didn't really have his pals at Gilead going with antivirals and things. You know what I'm saying? Apart from that, this particular hydroxychloroquine is awfully cheap. Eh? Awfully cheap. So anyway, yep, they've banned it there in Australia. Australia's awfully authoritarian now. It's just sad. Was COVID-19 a cover for an anticipated or planned financial crisis? That's global research. And it says a major sign of financial distress in the US economy kicked in mid-September of 2019 when there was a breakdown in the normal operation of the repo market. This repurchase market in the US is important in maintaining liquidity in the financial systems. It goes on and on and on. But I'll put this one up for those who want to read about economics and so on. But of course it's all part of that too. This is the global reset. They've said it, the WEF, World Economic Forum. It's a reset of all the currencies of the planet to go under the auspices, again, of the World Bank and the Bank for International Settlements. That's to get the final authority. Carl quickly talked about this in the 60s. It would end up this way. Here's a list of corporations funding, right? The defund the police movement, and it gives you it here. Prominent corporations around the world bankrolling the defund the police movement. It's from the Daily Caller News Foundation. It includes Cisco and Cliff Bar, Degree, DoorDash, Dropbox, H&M, and Pokemon. And there's donations to organizations that seek to defund the police. Black Lives Matter, Global Network, and Colour of Change are open about their desire to defund the police. And both organizations have received an outpouring of corporate donations in recent months. I think they also had government money thrown at them, even though they're Marxist organizations. Which means that those companies and the governments that are putting money towards these things are terrorists. Isn't that amazing? And again, the ones who are following them, the leaders know who's paying them and financing. The followers are not. They're always used. Always used. And I've mentioned it before, that Millie Weaver documentary was put out last week there. I think it's on BitChute now. It was taken off YouTube. It's on BitChute. But it does go into that, regardless of what you might think of the documentary or what your decisions are in it. But the fact is, it shows you the workings of intelligence agencies, some of it, and how quickly they can alter everything in real time on the internet, including what you're doing, or anything about you, or even to change what you're saying in real time. And change even information coming into you, even if it's voice, in real time, as it's happening. And much, much more. And also to do with the big corporations, the military-industrial complex, that have already got a lot of these robot things they put out into society. All they need is a contract signed. But first you've got to get a problem and a crisis. So you defund the police, the crime goes sky high until folk, including some of the mayors that were pushing already, are screaming and hollering. And then come the robots, the new system. Rethinking, reimagining police. This is the term the WEF comes up with in the Club of Rome, the reimagining. Bill Gates reimagining education, his system, stay at home and educate the children at home with computers. Reimagining. And of course, they give you the curriculum to make sure it's standardized and they're all equally brainwashed across the world. Clevery. Diabolical, perhaps. So dozens of corporations around the world have collectively donated millions of dollars to left-wing organizations that advocate for defunding America's police department, and so on and so on. Companies including Microsoft, naturally, Intel, and Airbnb have donated to Black Lives Matter, Global Network, and Colour of Change, both of which want to defund the police departments. And a lot of celebrities too are funding defund the police movement. As they all move, some of these, they're all leaving Hollywood, They're telling you defund the police movement. Oh, dear, dear. There you go. I tell you. He goes on and on. So yeah, I wonder if they ever stop and think, why are the richest folk on the planet funding them? The ones that they're actually complaining about, like this, who rule and own the system, are funding them to create mayhem, to get what they want, you see. It's just, you wish they'd figure it out. Germany is to test a universal basic income by handing people £1,080, that's pounds, like British pounds, per month, regardless of whether they have a job, because it's from the Mail Online. So they'll give 120 Germans £1,080 per month, and they'll experiment and test them, how their behaviours change as a result. And it comes as support from nationwide schemes gain traction amid the pandemic. And Spain has already announced plans for basic income to help economy. It can't recover, folks, when you're paying folk not to work. Huh? How can the economy recover if you're paying folk not to work? But the whole plan really is because you're superfluous now. All your factories went off long ago to China and the Far East, and it was all signed in under free trade negotiations. Again, through the World Economic Forum, WEF groups, all involved with the GATT treaties and so on. They probably weren't asked if they wanted it. Would you mind losing all your factories and all your employment and so on? And so it was worked out 25, 30 years ago that eventually you'd get to the stage where they just pay you to stay home. And then now they're going to study them. They've done these tests before, by the way, basic income studies and so on. So they're going to make it run for at least 3 years. Right? And it comes as public support for basic income schemes rise across Europe amid the coronavirus pandemic. It's amazing. It's all to do with coronavirus. This virus is changing everything all by itself. Right? Another one too is Fed's direct money transfers are coming. And Brainard says Fed collaborating with MIT on hypothetical digital currency. Oh, here it goes again, eh? I guess probably because of COVID as well, but yeah. And so they published a remarkable interview 1 week ago this is on Zero Hedge, I think it is, yeah. And with two former Fed economists, Simon Potter, who is also the former head of the Fed's plunge protection team for many years, and Julia Coronado, as close to Coronado, who had tremendous impact and influence on prevailing thinking at the Federal Reserve, and who hinted at the Fed's last-ditch reflationary strategy, wiring digital money into Americans' financial apps, bypassing the reserve system entirely and sparking an inflationary conflagration. As I said last Monday, the two proposed creating a monetary tool they call recession insurance bonds, which draw on some of the advances in digital payments, which will be wired instantly to Americans. Yeah. The U.S. Federal Reserve is not federal, as we know, and it's been really a racket since it was created. But it doesn't matter if they're going to be in charge of paper money or coin or digital. It's the same people running it. If you ever wanted a real war, that would be the one, because they'll never give up that. You imagine the power to run the Federal Reserve, eh? The power. Where no one investigates you. You are your own power. You've already heard in the past crashes like guys like Greenspan saying that, no, they can do what they want, basically. They're not subject to government dictates. Yeah, I'm telling you. So the Fed is planning to send money directly to Americans in the next crisis, it says here. And it's got links to that as well. Stay at home, pay to stay at home. But everything, there's nothing for free. I hope you understand that. There's nothing for free. And the more you do for government or get from government, the more they demand of you. And they've got an awful lot of demands all lined up. step by step, until your life is going to be ruled by them. Roll up your sleeves maybe once a month, who knows? Forever, eh? How about that? Or you want to eat good food? Oh, here's a few hoops you have to jump through in that case to get the privilege. Everyone's a privilege then. I hope you understand. I'm not kidding you here. This is what it's all about, folks. This is where it's all going. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. Never take anything from government. Never. Because they will. They want it in blood. Maybe literally in payment, the way things are going. And if you have blood that they want, maybe more than you can imagine, if they're after it. Celebrities, defund the police. Or they're funding defund the police, I should say, movement. And it mentions Anna Kendrick, Ellen DeGeneres, I was calling the same, Jennifer Aniston, Justin Bieber, Leonard DiCaprio, John Legend, Olivia Culpo, Rihanna have donated to organizations that want to defund the police. And Black Lives Matter, Global Network, Color Change, and so on, are among the groups to benefit from a flood of donations from celebrities. All three groups are working to defund the police. And the movement for Black Lives Matter wants to abolish prisons as well as police. So there you go. They've got a wonderful utopia. And it goes on and on and on. So they want to abolish everything that inflict violence on black people. So that, again, these institutions all inflict violence on black people. It must be abolished and replaced by institutions that value and affirm the flourishing of black lives, website states. Utopia. Utopia. You understand that the problems in society today are so vast. People are dysfunctional because of a whole bunch of reasons, and never mind the drugs that have been flooding in and promoted. I mean, don't forget that drugs were promoted with the pop revolution into the rock revolution. Promoted. Society uses it all, and it all goes to, you know where? Very quickly. All intentionally. And then you end up with this kind of thing happening, where folk have no work, they have no future, they seem to have no purpose, and they've got lots of drugs. Now, and then their brains go with it. All chaos happens in their lives. You can't be functional and on drugs at the same time. And then you have all these fallout organizations set up to manage the chaos. Doesn't work. So just dropping the police isn't going to be the answer, believe you me. It's much bigger than that. But again, all these are characters too. It tells you a lot of who they are and who make the star machinery owns the people that they make stars. They own them, the stars that they make. Oh, you understand? So they can call on these characters all the time. You know, they've got offers they can't refuse, and orders they can't refuse. Coronavirus. Governments are slammed for treating celebrities different to residents in quarantine. And again, we mentioned Kidman earlier, Nicole Kidman. And it says Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman, as well as Danny Minogue, whoever that is, have all been granted quarantine exemptions to self-isolate in their mansion homes in New South Wales and in Queensland. I think they also have, I've read an article, they also have 2 homes in the States, at least 2 in the States. One in Nashville, they're moving to, and one in LA itself too, naturally. So they've been granted quarantine exemptions to self-isolate in their mansion homes in New South Wales and Queensland. They were allowed to pay for their own security teams to ensure they could stay in their own homes while filming television programs. That's nice to be allowed that, And Keith Urban and Kidman have all been granted quarantine exemptions. And Queenslander Nicola Ferguson, however, will have to pay thousands for her stay in a cramped Brisbane hotel room after flying back from New Zealand, where she said goodbye to her dying mother and organised her funeral. Money obviously talks a lot louder than the average tax-paying citizens in Australia, she said. Nobody disputes that quarantine is necessary. It's not necessary from a COVID-free country. So Nicola Ferguson says she has to pay thousands for a stay in a cramped hotel room, and so on. And she was denied a quarantine exemption of her own when she requested to isolate in her own house, despite New Zealand currently having no community transmission of coronavirus. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if it doesn't even exist in that country. It proves it doesn't mean you had to pay for it, woman. Come on, you're not famous. And so anyway, that's what it is, the rich and the poor, and all depends who you are, doesn't it? So Queensland Health responded to a request by saying it does not meet the threshold for exceptional circumstances. But it's okay if it's nickel kidney. That meets the threshold. Somebody's and nobody's, eh? There you go. There you go. Yeah. But folk are all flooding out of, say, LA, I know that much. And other places too right now. And folk are, important. You see, that's essential for plays and dramas where they're incorporating all the story of the COVID thing into the dramas and that, to make you copy and comply and behave the way they're telling you to comply in the drama. It works awfully well. So they're essential, you see. That's why they do all this stuff. I'm not kidding you. I'm not being facetious here. This one's about China. China's national security law. They're really going at it now in China. Reaches into Harvard and Princeton classrooms. Professors at the elite U.S. universities are turned to code names, warning labels to protect the students. Because this is the effect of the new national security law that China imposed in Hong Kong is extending beyond the territory to American colleges. And so it's courses that China considers politically sensitive. So anyone who's taking it from China, they're just giving them fake names and so on, so that China itself won't really know who they are taking these particular courses, supposedly. That's the excuse anyway. Now another one too is put out by Google, interestingly enough, which is one of the biggest spy organizations out there. It's part of the massive world intelligence service as Google. It was from the beginning. So they put out this article here, being the good guys, you see, because they're in it with Facebook and all the rest, and they're censoring certain peoples. And it says, open letter to Australians. We need to let you know about new government regulations that will hurt how Australians use Google search and YouTube. A proposed law, the News Media Bargaining Code, would force us to provide you with a dramatically worse Google search and YouTube, and it could lead to your data being handed over to big news businesses and would put the free services that you use at risk in Australia. So it's a new regulation that's coming out. They're trying to say that, it's almost like they're saying it's not really their fault, right? It says under this law, Google has to tell news or media businesses how they can gain access to data about your use of our products. Well, they've been doing that forever. That's what Google's about. Giving big companies special treatment, eh? Hollywood's the ones who are funding all the other poor souls are getting their businesses burned down. The Hollywood apocalypse now. Rich and famous are fleeing in droves as liberal politics and coronavirus turn the city of dreams into a cesspit plagued by junkies and violent criminals. And it's from the Mail on Sunday. And it goes into examples in a few yards. If you're only 100 yards from the ocean, in sun-kissed Venice Beach, Los Angeles, Gold's was the backdrop for Pumping Iron, the 1977 documentary, which followed a young, unknown Australian bodybuilder called Arnold Schwarzenegger as he prepared for the Mr. Universe contest. Austrian, I thought he says Australian, the unknown Austrian bodybuilder called Arnold Schwarzenegger as he prepared for Mr. Universe contest. The film turned him into an overnight sensation, etc. It says, yet today Gold sits amongst the post-apocalyptic scenes which have consumed much of LA, turning the city of dreams into an urban nightmare from which people are fleeing in droves. They're going to be the makeshift tents. So remember last year I did articles and read them where you had hundreds and hundreds of just mobile homes and just cars, folk living in them on main streets and so on, coming in because they'd lost their homes elsewhere in other states too. The first thing you do is to go where you don't have to pay for heating, for goodness sake. That's essential, if you lose all your financial income. And the rents are so astronomically, corruptly obscene, a lot of folk can't afford it. So I think you go to places where you at least not die of freezing, like it is in Britain. They die in the winter. And now it's normal. It's accepted again because of bioethics, you see. That's acceptable. So anyway, here's they talk about how bad it is now in LA. It's the same in San Francisco, mind. And there's look at it too. You got so many thousands of people living in tents. You've also got everyone complaining in LA and in other cities too. When these tent cities come up, there's needles everywhere because they're all on drugs. And often the syringes are supplied to them, and in some places too, the drugs are supplied to them by the state too. Safe injections, they call it. Come on, folks. This is beyond Soma, huh? These are all techniques to create a class that will literally accept the final exit by the bioethics committees, It really is. That's what it's all about, folks. Essential, non-essential. I said years ago, with all this demand, there's too many people, there's too many of you that are on about constantly from the top, the Sierra Club and all the other big groups that the Duke of Edinburgh belonged to, as an example, one example. Too many of you, and David Attenborough, Cousteau, too many of you. I said, do you think they're going to keep you hanging around as pets when they've no work for you or no use for you? They can't use you to gain income. Do you think they're going to keep you as pets? I did this talk years ago. No, they'll convince you what they want you to do by making it so bad. By the way, I want to mention a series I'll put up. If you can find any links to it, I don't know if you can get access to it, but it was put up by Britain, 2013, called Utopia. It's a 6-part series, and there's actually 2. They have the first series and the second series, but the first is about literally what we're talking about: an elite who already rule the world, just coincidentally. A secret society, that is, has all the power. They've infiltrated MI6 and CIA. They've got members everywhere. And their whole thing is to prevent overpopulation of the planet by basically releasing a virus and then offering the vaccination, which in the early phases of the show tells you it will also sterilize the people who get the vaccine. And it goes through this convoluted story with amazing graphic violence, just for the sake of violence, and sex and all the rest of it, and things that they through PC stuff that they shove in there. But a lot of the stories actually in there, including the twists at the end of they want to eradicate most of the public. That's a big secret. Most of the public, not just sterilize them, but eradicate them completely, and so on and so on. And you see some of them turning on each other towards the end. But there you go. And they have the big guys at the top that are into this, altering the genetic makeup of the individuals that are going to survive. And that's exactly what this new RNA vaccine is going to be by Moderna. You alter your genetic makeup permanently. What a coincidence, eh? I've always talked about predictive programming, how they give it to you in entertainment, so when it comes out in reality, it seems kind of familiar and you don't really question much. It seems natural because you've been fed little bits and pieces of it, and it is familiar to you. Even if you haven't consciously really dwelled on it, it's familiar to you, and you accept it more easily. The behaviorists know this, you see. That's how it's done. Lots of things like that out there. But it's called Utopia, and they're a 2-part series, and each part 1 has got 6 episodes. I think part 2 is the same. If you can get a hold of it, someone sent it to me, luckily, and And it was interesting to watch it. Predictable from my point of view, but it was interesting. They even had it all out there. A kind of Bill Gates type character in 2013 who talked openly about depopulation and so on. And just before I finish on that one, you find generally these characters who write these things are paid and coached by the ones who really do run the world on the topics they're going to write about. The guy who wrote Make Room, from which they took the story for Soylent Green. That's where it came from. It was called Make Room. And the guy literally admitted he was approached by some of the eugenicists at the top to actually promote that idea in his story. That's what it was about, to try and get the public to think about it, that there's too many of them, you see. And so they would maybe not have children or something like that, and persuade them not to do it. And that's where that story, Soylent Green, came from. Make Room was the original story about it. The same thing happened, of course, with many movies, of course, and Logan's Run. That was one of the other ones too. It makes it sink home, the idea. Oh, there's too many of you. And the idea, really, I could tell right off the bat with Utopia, was, and I bet it worked pretty well too, for folk who really sit for half their life watching TV. Because these episodes are really padded to drag on a bit. But it's to get them talking about it, you see. And they'll find that groups will, well, I can see their points of view, because they can put it across. Again, like the bioethics would put it across, you see. There are too many folk taking up the resources, and eventually there won't be enough food to go around, and enough of this, and yada yada. There's even a part in one of the later episodes in part 1, or part 2 actually, where one of the characters are set loose. They've been trained in their sleepers to actually release these viruses in different parts of the world, come out of hiding and throw off their disguises. And one of them talks to a woman and says, "This nice child, don't you feel guilty about having that child?" Then he goes into the usual sustainability thing that they've already trained people into, all these different movements for Save the Earth and all that. And he says, do you realize how much carbon that child's going to cause to be consumed and used in its lifetime? He goes into all the amounts of carbon that's been put out by Friends of the Earth and stuff. And David Attenborough. And again, the Club of Rome and World Economic Forum, all the usual culprits. Because it's always been the same agenda. Always. It doesn't matter what guise they use to get it through. It's always been to reduce the population of all of you. And you can't please them. Don't forget the countries of Britain and other ones. The population, domestic population, has been plummeting with native British people, etc., and Scots and all the rest of it for years. They've been awfully good. Then they get punished. There was not enough of you to pay off the debt. So we've got to bring in mass migrants. See, you're not going to win with lies. How can you win with lies? Eh? What always gets me too is the Rothschild statement that was when he was asked about when's the best time to make a profit, the big profits, make a killing in a sense. And he answered. He says it was when blood's flowing in the streets. That's where the word term of killing comes from. When you got what they need, even if it's bandages or medicine, then you're made. You see. Well, just like the vaccine companies, would give us billions. We might get a vaccine that'll work, and all these characters get instant billionaires. Lots of them out right now. But you got all these other ones jumping on the bandwagon. Canadian biotech company says its antiviral clothing kills 99.9% of coronavirus. Now, did they have their hand out for something? I don't know. It probably will be. But this Toronto-based biotech company, and it's developing a new kind of COVID-19 protection, antiviral clothing. And they go into the usual sales pitch kind of thing that's going to be interesting and necessary, etc., etc. There's got a kind of chemical treatment on it. Supposedly they'll kill off the viruses and so on. And how long it will last, and how long it will take to even kill the stuff, and how many washings it will take, yada, 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 mind you, I mean, what will this chemical do to you if you're breathing the darn stuff in all and you're wearing it? Telling you. So the chemical targets the fatty molecules that surround viruses, destroying them in minutes. It's been tested on other pathogens too, including norovirus and H1N1 and E. coli. So everybody's in on the act, eh? Everybody that you name them was in the act to try and get richer and richer. That's again, our greed is enough that destroys us all, isn't it? Really, the greed factor. Tyson Foods, an amazing company, Tyson. I remember Bill Clinton was a big fan of them, and big pals with them too. But I think Tyson Foods helped create the meat crisis it warns against. And how will the US meat industry change from coronavirus? And this article goes on about it too. How they put a stranglehold on output, etc. And there have been about 12 closures at US slaughter plants this month because of coronavirus outbreaks amongst employees who were jammed together in processing lines. And it's wiped out roughly 25% of pork processing capacity. Remember, too, the more they test everybody, the more they're going to find coronavirus, because it's in the air from fragments of people who've had it, or animals have had it too. Never mind that most of the tests are pretty useless anyway, these tests, especially the swabs. So, doesn't mean that folk are ill at the plants. So it goes into how come the company actually helped to change the problem, or cause the problem and they'll benefit from it too, and actually give more business for themselves. And then another one too, Tyson joins Bill Gates in Cargill, that's another big business, agribusiness, to invest in a lab meat producer. No, it's a coincidence. Bill Gates he's innovative. Where's vaccines, antiviral drugs, education for children, sterility, He's just an interesting fellow who's got interest in these things. It's a pastime. Everybody who's bored stiff needs a hobby. That's his hobby, So he's at Tyson Foods again, boosting his bet on meat that comes from the lab instead of the slaughterhouse. Now, Bill Gates already has patents out and some of these artificial hamburgers and things, I think, too. These veggie burgers and all that. Again, it always benefit from the chaos that is the cause at times. Philippines bans chicken imports from Brazil on coronavirus scare. There you go. And so imposed a temporary ban on poultry meat imports from Brazil on Friday after 2 cities in China found traces of the new coronavirus in cargoes of imported frozen food, including chicken wings from the South American country. Mind you, if you did the same thing with that president, and was it Tanzania in Africa, who took swab tests from fruit, right, and different things like that, and also even from motor oil at one point, and they all came back positive for coronavirus. So he kicked the WHO laboratory out of his country. Quite right, too. So maybe they should try that. But maybe that's what they're doing. They're just, I guess they should test everything in there, and probably find it all over the place, no doubt. Depends who's doing the testing. So Brazil has the world's second worst COVID-19 outbreak after the US, recording more than 3.2 million cases and more than 105,000 deaths. Remember, if you've got that darn thing and you don't know you've got it and you have no symptoms of it, and you die of heart attacks or motor accidents, well, they put you down as COVID. This is incredible what they're doing. And it's been admitted to in a lot of countries, including the US. So you can't even take these death figures as, as meaningful. So anyway, everybody's getting affected by it. Everybody. Everything in society. Dr. Fauci says aiming for herd immunity would lead to enormous death toll, he says. See, anything like normal immunity from your own body, it's not profitable. So he's Fauci, he says it'll cause enormous death toll. And so here's remember I mentioned the blood plasma treatment, where you can get the white blood cells, the actual immune cells, the response ones, the antibodies to the disease from the blood plasma, and give it to people who can't pull out of it themselves so well. And there's a big drive. I remember when I mentioned it, I saw it happening before it happened, because sure enough, the Red Cross went into overdrive to get more blood, then admitted that it was taking the plasma. Well, where's it going? Why aren't they giving it to the folk who really need it? Or, of course, they would say that they are giving it to the folk who really need it at the very top, So Dr. Fauci says aiming for the herd immunity would lead to an enormous death toll, and the FDA halts emergency approval of COVID-19 blood plasma treatment. What power this has got, FDA. And Trump shares Fauci's advice on in-person voting amid COVID-19. And Fauci, who is this Fauci, He issues a warning about Russia's new vaccine, and Islam's disturbing Georgia school that reopened. This guy is getting himself in a real dither, A real dither, I should say. So he says a staggering death toll would come from the coronavirus, particularly amongst vulnerable people, if the US allows infections to sweep across the country in a bid to achieve possible herd immunity. So letting that happen naturally, which happens always, even with the Spanish flu. You understand the Spanish flu went away, didn't it? After about 2 years. Gone. That's what normally happens. It devolves its potency. That's what generally happens. I meant the article too from Oxford, remember, a few months ago, and I mentioned that one too, where the chief virologist working on the vaccine over there at the time said that it was disappearing so fast in society, the virus, that they might not have time to actually come out with a vaccine. It'd already be gone, he said. And Fauci said at the beginning that this is the whole agenda that was really part of the dark winter exercise too, ongoing, where they mandated that they'd lock the whole country down, and lock up everybody who's healthy, And Fauci said you'll never get out again unless you get the vaccine. At the beginning, because it's profitable. It isn't just money and profit. He works for the big society that owns the world. That's why he's got so much power and what happens. It's an agenda for reshaping everything. So he says, if everyone contracted it, even with a relatively high percentage of people without symptoms, a lot of people are going to die, he says. The nation's top infectious disease expert. He's not an expert. I don't think he's an expert. I really don't. He's wrong on so many things. He said at the beginning, remember, they didn't think Americans had much to worry about. Remember that one? So he says, if you look at the US of America with our epidemic of obesity, as it were, with a number of people with hypertension, number of people with diabetes, if everyone got infected, the death toll would be enormous and totally unacceptable, said Fauci, director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. And don't forget, too, his institution's got money, millions from Bill Gates, too. Really astonishing, And he also says anti-vaxxers could ruin any chance at COVID-19 immunity, he warns. I'm telling you. It's also interesting, too, in their article, they're starting to worry about folk who might want to take the vaccine or a big movement starts, And so they might not need as much folk to get herd immunity. If just 30%, or I'll try to find the article before I finish, where they try to drop the amount too. And the CDC confesses to lying about COVID-19 death numbers. And this one goes back again to April, right? Just to show you again, you remember that how they were fudging the rules then. And the CDC openly admitted that it's fudging the COVID-19 death figures. Then, this is the article about, or one of the articles, and Dr. Annie Bukasek, MD, is pleased in a presentation of how death certificates are made. Montana physician. It's really amazing, But it doesn't change anything, even when things are exposed, because it's a huge agenda, pre-planned, you see. I tell you. Here's an article here from 2005. It's from Virology Journal, virology, the big one, you see. 2005, chloroquine is a potent inhibitor of SARS coronavirus infection and spread. It's from one of the top virus or virology magazines and articles in their journal. Yeah. It's a potent inhibitor of SARS coronavirus infection and spread. Now remember that this present one is called SARS coronavirus 19, with the base model really being the same SARS coronavirus. That's how you see it. It's got 4 inserts certainly added to it, but it's still SARS coronavirus infection, right? And they go through it too. We report, however, that chloroquine has strong antiviral effects on SARS-CoV infections on primate cells. These inhibitory effects are observed when the cells are treated with the drug either before or after exposure to the virus, suggesting both prophylactic and therapeutic advantage. In addition to the well-known functions of chloroquine, such as elevations of endosomal pH, the drug appears to interfere with terminal glycosylation of the cellular receptor angiotensin converting enzyme 2. It says this may negatively influence the virus receptor binding and abrogate infection, with further ramifications by the elevation of vesicular pH, resulting in the inhibition of infection and the spread of SARS-CoV at clinically admissible concentrations. So it goes on and on. It's quite a good article, actually, how it basically gets in and all the rest of it. And we know how it works, basically. There's little spikes you see on these little pictures they keep showing you all the time. That's how they really attach itself to the ACE2 receptors and download into them pretty well. But that particular instant of it touching the receptors in your lungs or in your nasal cavities or sinuses, I should say, that it really has a little acidic response. If it's non-acidic, and it'll inhibit the transfer of downloading into the particular cells, invading the cells themselves. Awfully important, that little bit. So alkalinity definitely helps to destroy or inhibit the infection into the cells themselves. It's really interesting, that to me. It's awfully similar to old sci-fi. I can't remember the name of it. Oh yeah, it was Andromeda strain. I think it was the first one, early one, where a satellite comes back to Earth supposedly, and people die in a town where the satellite is brought in. It's landed somewhere, and someone brought it into the town, and everybody died off. But it turned out that the only survivors was an old guy who was a drunk. And he had a stomach ulcer, and he took bicarbonate of soda all the time. And a baby, the system was alkaline to start with, it was on milk. And that supposedly is what inhibited the transfer of the virus, again, very similar to a coronavirus type thing, into the body, because they need the acidity to transfer itself, that moment of transfer of the site from the spike to the receptor. And it's interesting. That's an old sci-fi, and yet this is similar to it in the way it's describing it here. And so I'll put these links up too. They're all from good articles written years ago, basically praising it for what it did. You know. Here's another one too, and I've mentioned this one already as well. More infectious coronavirus mutation may be a good thing, says disease expert. This is dated August the 18th, although I know I saw it before that, maybe a different article. But it says that an increasingly common mutation of the novel coronavirus found in Europe, North America, and parts of Asia may be more infectious, but appears less deadly, according to a prominent infectious disease doctor. It's Paul Tambia, senior consultant at the National University of Singapore, president-elect of the International Society of Infectious Diseases, said evidence suggests the proliferation of the D614G mutation in some parts of the world has coincided with a drop in death rate, suggesting it is less lethal. That's normally what happens. It starts to die off. He says maybe that's a good thing to have a virus that's more infectious but less deadly. And it's true enough, if it's more infectious but the symptoms are lessening all the time, you don't really mind it because you won't even know you've had it. It says most viruses tend to become less virulent as they mutate. Well, that's common knowledge, except they don't want you to really know that, especially if you're common. And it's a virus, it says. It is in the virus' interest to infect more people, but not to kill them, because a virus depends on the host for food and for shelter, he said. That's an amazing theory, that too, where they almost give a virus, this primitive thing. You can't really call it a life either. It's almost like a little robot. It's almost like a little machine, as opposed to a bacterium, where a bacterium has a cell. It's like a little tiny little animal, but not a virus. It can go in inert, a virus. It can hibernate for a long time too. It's almost like a little machine. But they have this theory about it as though it's a living entity that they can think. Huh? I mean, how would this little thing know? Why not kill off its host and that be done with it? I mean, it wouldn't know. It wouldn't say, I better not kill him off. It doesn't have a brain to think. So how on earth would it know that? But they always give this. I've seen this theory taught in medicine for a long, long time. So scientists discovered the mutation as early as February, and it's circulated in Europe and America. As the World Health Organization said, the WHO has also said there's no evidence the mutation has led to more severe disease. On Sunday, Malaysia's Director General of Health, Nur Hisham Abdullah, urged greater public vigilance after authorities detected what they believe was a D614G mutation of the coronavirus in 2 recent clusters. And they said the variant has also been found in the city-state, but that containment measures have prevented large-scale spread. And he says the D614G strain detected there in Malaysia was 10 times more infectious, and the vaccines currently in development may not be effective against the mutation. But Tambia and Morer-Stroh said the mutations would not likely change the virus enough to make potential vaccines less effective. So you can't find 2 experts that agree on anything, because it's all speculation, really, and agenda-driven, naturally. It's essential all this happen because the agenda. How are you going to get a great reset and a whole new way of living and sustainability and austerity without it? And this other article by another top scientist, it says COVID-19 was engineered in a China lab. An effective vaccine is unlikely. You're not supposed to mention China at all now anymore, because we're all having CPC, we're all friends again, you see, and it mustn't upset anybody, and it doesn't matter what the truth is. I mean, it will not be possible for Dr. Fauci's of the world to dismiss Professor Giuseppe's Trito as a crank. Not only is he an internationally known expert in biotechnology and nanotechnology who has had a stellar academic career, but he's also the president of the World Academy of Biomedical Sciences and Technologies. This again must be a reprint, because I know I read this one before a month or 2 ago. Pretty sure of it, anyway. And maybe from a different paper or a site. So he's the head of the Biomedical Sciences and Technologies, an institution founded under the aegis of UNESCO in 1997. In other words, he's a man of considerable stature in the global scientific community. Equally important, one of the goals of WABT is to analyze the effect of biotechnologies like the genetic engineering on humanity. So in his new book, this world-class scientist does exactly that. What he says is that the China virus definitely wasn't a freak of nature that happened to cross the species barrier from a bat to man. It was genetically engineered in the Wuhan Institute of Virology's P4 high containment lab in a program supervised by the Chinese military. We know this already because it was all admitted in the beginning, wasn't it? And we found out too from the top and from official papers in the US that Fauci even okayed the transfer of the coronavirus from North Carolina to Wuhan, which they helped, and even gave a few $1 million to get it for gain-of-function experiments there. This was all published stuff, verified. And so the scientist goes into the history of it, which we've done many times before. And he says it was genetically engineered in the Wuhan Institute of Virology's P4. He says, too, that he demonstrates conclusively, says the author, the pathway by which a PLA, the People's Liberation Army, owned coronavirus was genetically modified to become the China virus now ravaging the world. His account leaves no doubt that it's a chimera, an organism created in a lab. And it connects the dots to the Wuhan lab to France and the US, showing how both countries provided financial and scientific help to the Chinese as they began to conduct ever more dangerous bioengineering experiments. And it was a woman in Wuhan, a scientist. I think she's missing now. They say she's missing now. Who knows? Let's take her into hiding or whatever for her own good, maybe even in China. But that was her job, and she had lots of papers out on how she altered different viruses through, again, gain-of-function to make them more lethal. She got lots of awards for it too. But this article goes through some of this, and he says too that he's doubtful that they'll come up with. He goes into the gain-of-function research and how Fauci was a big proponent of getting it altered with gain-of-function, and he gave it to the China to continue that. In fact, again, it's all been published before. Anyway, because of all this too, he doubts that because it actually says that an effective vaccine is probably unlikely, and goes on from there. Now again, Fauci, right? This Il Duce, Dr. Fauci, it says this is again from 2020, right? It says Dr. Fauci cheered hydroxychloroquine's success treating MERS, M-E-R-S, coronavirus in 2013, but today he's skeptical. That's weird, it says here. And it goes into, exactly 2 weeks later, hydroxychloroquine was deemed the most highly rated treatment for the novel coronavirus in an international poll of more than 6,000 doctors. And then Dr. Fauci was skeptical of hydroxychloroquine's effectiveness. And it says that, but he wasn't so skeptical back in 2013 when he cheered the use of hydroxychloroquine and appeared effective. It says only in cells and lab dishes and treatment against the MERS. That's other coronavirus type 2, see. So he thought that even the testing in a lab dish in 2013 was particularly encouraging. Yeah. But anyway, again, they've been working with the Gilead company for quite a few years, by the way, before all this happened. So I guess he seems to always he picks the Bill Gates type winners and the other companies' winners, and yeah, I guess he likes winners. Also put up for Australia, it's a class action, I think, against the government in Australia for this incredible lockdown. It's a horrible lockdown they're having. It's a PDF. Like all of them, it's like 25 pages for these kind of class action lawsuits. But I'll put up for those that want to look at it. Also, the bad news again, government may provide indemnity to New Zealand supplier of COVID-19 vaccine. Because, of course, as you know, they know there's going to be awful folk are going to die of it. Fauci said, no, Bill Gates said that himself, didn't he? It was 700,000 might die across the world. I was hoping it was just the world he's talking about, not just one country, because of the vaccine itself. That's what he said in that video. But so, yeah, they want immunity for the suppliers of these vaccinations because you won't get all the side effects shown until a few years are up, by the way. You could have all kinds of nasty things happening. Just like the terrible fallout from the original Simian 40 polio vaccines that came out with all the cancers in them. Still affecting folk today. So the Ministry of Health is already, I guess they must have greased a few palms in the country to fast-track the approval process for the vaccine and won't rule out offering a supplier indemnity for any potential claims resulting from its use. Well, there's something you shouldn't do right away. Don't do anything that you can't sue them for or have them locked up in prison for. AstraZeneca to be exempt from coronavirus vaccine liability claims in most countries. This is another article here for the AstraZeneca one too. They're all getting their immunity from maiming you or killing you, or sterilizing you. Oh, wait, oops, we didn't know. Just like the movie Utopia, or the series, I should say, TV series. And but here's the good news, which we all knew already, because it's quite normal. It happens. A novel breakthrough, it says question mark. New studies show memory T cells offer long-term and pre-existing COVID immunity. So much of the talk about coronavirus over the last couple of months has been about antibodies, and of course Fauci said, well, we don't know how long these antibodies will last in you. That's just why they want to keep sticking these needles into you. But they're found with testing that a lot of the tests have done on people who didn't even know they'd ever had the virus. They're finding that they're creating immune system cells. They've got immune system cells working in their bodies already, and it might be from previous infections from other COVID diseases that are actually working against this particular one now. See, because they're all coronavirus types that they're looking at the moment. So it's people who don't seem to have high titers of antibodies, but who are infected or have been infected have good T cell responses. He said during a Facebook interview last Thursday. And they found with other studies that patients who recovered all produced memory T cells that recognized and are especially engineered to fight the new coronavirus. So your own body's producing it itself. A third study produced in Nature found that out of 18 people studied, more than 80% developed these T cells. And they should be giving immunoglobulin to the folk who can't recover by themselves, whose bodies are they're too weakened for whatever reason to produce it themselves. Give them the transfusions, and that's what the blood's for goodness sake, and treat them. But no, it's again bioethics. Well, we can't treat everybody, and these folks, they've already said that. Canada was one of them. We have to work ahead of plans, make decisions on who should get the treatments and who shouldn't get treatments to keep them alive. Because we won't have enough medications. This is before it really broke out. And even when it broke out, nothing much happened. And I've got another one too. A US frontline doctor's website exposes a criminal campaign by tech giants, government agencies to block COVID medication. Again, we know the one they're talking about. It's astonishing what they've done trying to stop folk from using this. Because they don't want you to get cleaning up. They want you all to get vaccinated. That was on the books before you even heard the term COVID-19. That was mandated as a must be. They're all in it together, literally, And they're going to hammer anybody that comes out with any treatment that works. And it says, IMF and the World Economic Forum for Great Lockdown to Great Transformation, the COVID Aftermath. I can put that up too. Another one too is Australian Prime Minister backtracks on plan to make coronavirus vaccine mandatory. So they want to have 95% uptake of the vaccine. And regardless, New Zealand bolsters quarantine with 500 military personnel, and South Korea and record daily rise. But no, they'll backtrack on it, but they'll make you wear a manacle, and they won't let you out your house unless just like a prisoner. You see, make you a prisoner, like a criminal. You won't take the vaccine. You're a criminal. COVID-19 mandatory mask or face covering bylaws is another one too of Toronto. They come out with all this nonsense, even though the CDC in May came out with a big article on their own site saying none of the masks make any sense at all. They won't save you from giving or receiving COVID infection. This is from the makers of the masks and the CDC approval. Virginia plans mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations for all residents. There's another one too. Even though they say it's peaked and is starting to fade, the state of Virginia has set a new precedent by seriously discussing forcing Virginians to be vaccinated with whatever rushed to market candidate the FDA approves first. They're all getting bribes. That's what it is too, these politicians. Number 1. 2 is depopulation through forced vaccination. The 3, the zero carbon solution. And that's by our good friend Helena Handbasket, because we all go to where in it. And this original article was first published in issue 4, The Sovereign Independent, June 2011. And so this is the zero carbon solution by Rachel Windeyer. Even, see, we are carbon life forms. I've mentioned this for the last 25, 30 years. We're carbon life forms. We are the target for all. It's our fault. Everyone's our fault. You see? Carbon reduction, carbon life forms. See? This is an interesting article here. Government cameras hidden on private property welcome to open fields. How the government's now with in Tennessee. A Tennessee landowner moved a game camera secretly strapped to a tree on his own private land and been put there by wildlife officials in order to monitor his activity without apparent sanction or probable cause. So here he moved it, and he got a SWAT team on him for removing their property which they had put on his land on a stakeout, right? And had no probable cause or a search warrant or anything to do it. Yeah. So it says, welcome to open fields, it's called. So it says, most Americans assume law enforcement needs a warrant to carry out surveillance, but for roughly a century, SCOTUS has ruled that private land is not private. Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures expressed in the Bill of Rights only apply to an individual's immediate dwelling area, according to SCOTUS. So the open fields doctrine has been bucked in Mississippi, Montana, New York, Oregon, and Vermont. See, unfortunately, the U.S. is over-regulated now, just like the country Britain was already over-regulated when they all left it to go to Americas. That's why America prospered so well too. Lack of government interference and regulations in all businesses. They help folk get off the ground. Now you can't get anything started, even in your garage, without permits and inspections and fees galore. Now there are a few other topics I just want to squeeze in to this talk without going over any excess time. And one of them is someone sent me a link to, I think, a Twitter, where it came out from the Netherlands, Holland, with the police brutality against protesters, against wearing face masks. And you see them laying into the people with big batons, young, frail-looking women, actually, getting hammered with these batons. And that's what you get in a system that's ultra-politically correct and very obedient to the state. Generally, Holland's very much so, always obedient to the state. And in the meanwhile, they had riots on the go for quite some time, and at the present is to the present time too, with immigrants who have come in who are protesting and demanding and rioting in parts of the country there, and the police won't touch them. That's what it's come down to now. So I've said before, if you don't belong to an elevated special interest group, are classified as a minority or whatever, even if they're not a minority in some countries, then you won't have any rights at all, and the police will just turn their angst onto the general population. They have no powers or anybody to speak for them, and that's what happens. So, yeah, if you don't wear a mask, they'll lay into you there with batons, and you'll see it happening. Little clips from it. I'll put the links up for that. Also, I'll put the links up for two other things as well, to do with Belarus, for instance. We've got to remember that Great Game India exposed World Bank coronavirus aid comes with conditions for imposing extreme lockdown, and that was what they put out about from Belarus. And Belarus president, that's now under fire actually, after winning the election, he was targeted because he refused this massive aid, way more than they needed, with all these conditions to put them under the control of the World Bank and the IMF. And he said this. He says it's way over, it's about 9/10 what they actually need to get through this. But the conditions were extreme lockdown and Italian-type lockdown. He didn't want Italian-type lockdown. He said he wouldn't want this happening, what happened in Italy to happen here, he said. So he refused this massive loan, you see. So immediately the EU Parliament turns against him. And now they've got a kind of colour revolution. A lot of young women protesting him winning the election there. Who knows what the situation really is? I'm sure all countries are corrupt, you see. But supposedly he won it. No different from here or the States. It's just in the open. It's always really been that if you understand what happens with elections. That's the way it is. But anyway, he turned down the loans, and immediately he became the enemy of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the European Union. Remember, they control the world. This is part of a big structure that controls the world. And he said he wouldn't go along with it. He wouldn't become the latrine, he said, of the European Union. In other words, because if you truly are taking, just like Franklin said, Benjamin Franklin, if you take the loans that are given to you, you're now the borrower. And he says never a borrower nor a lender be, although he borrowed himself to get over to England to meet some important people in the financial areas, in the financial district. Different story again. But anyway, that's how it is. Those who you owe money to end up ruling you, and that's basic economics. That's what it is. So I'll put these links up, and as I say, he became unwilling to accept additional terms to get forgiven loans as well. And they wanted to give him $940 million in rapid financing. He said, we don't need all that. And along came the demand. So I'll put all these links up, including this new colour revolution. It has all the traits of it, not signs and symptoms of it, where the young women must wear white. It's standard stuff. And then Bill Gates, interesting enough, he said that if 30 to 60% of Americans take coronavirus vaccine, he's contradicting his little low-down employee. I call him employee Fauci. He's a really employee of Gates. They all are, including the characters that run the WHO. They're all under Bill Gates' financial demands and so on, because he's the boss. So Bill Gates, after Fauci says, you've got to get up to 80-90% vaccination to get to stop. Bill Gates contradicts it and says 30 to 60% of Americans take the coronavirus vaccine, exponential spread will stop and it will bring the pandemic to an end. So there you go. The guy who has no qualifications in anything except making money and being elevated by a bigger society that runs him, in fact, tells you that it'll take 30 to 60%. And even that's a big difference, a jump. I mean, it's a big difference between 30% and 60%. This is the kind of figures that they give you all the time on these things as they test the waters, because they know a lot of folk aren't going to take this. They've had it with the nonsense with compulsory vaccinations as they take over our lives and changes, and sicken a lot of people too. And this is horrible, the horrible reactions a lot of folk have had to vaccinations and the permanent damage it's caused a lot of people with incredible immune responses to their bodies and the damage to their immune systems too. They can't keep sweeping it under the rug and banning folk from mentioning it, even the victims themselves. How would the disgusting thing to do is ban victims from talking about what happened to them? Huh? There's totalitarian tyranny for you. So I'll put these links up for you to peruse for yourselves and see what you think of it. As I say, there's so much to cram in, you can't do it all. It all takes time and work and etc. But for those who want to know, there you go. I'll add these ones to you. So there you go, folks. That's a rush through everything, and I hope you'll get something out of it. But you're all coming to the stage. You're going to start realizing, you personally, every one of you, is going to be forced by this system we're in to make decisions and comply or not to comply with the incredible totalitarian regime that's getting rammed down our throats for a very long-standing and old agenda disusing it openly and admitting it in some records, is an excuse to ram it all through, including the WEF with its economic forum, the next step of their system to rule us all, yeah? And training us into their new system, the Great Reset, the global reset. This is for reset of culture, of living, of ideas, of nationhood, no nationhood, globalism, all that stuff, and expert-ruled society. Again, technocracy, the same as China. For us having to figure out what communism in China is technocracy. They tell you what to do and you obey for efficiency. That Justin Trudeau said in Canada, he admired China, how they're handling COVID. You see, they didn't have to try to pamper to the people in an individualistic society with individual rights and freedoms and all that. They don't have to bother, but they can just order you to do it, and you do it. He admired that. He told the truth. So if you want it in Canada, it's up to you. A lot of people will comply. A lot of folk will quite like socialism, actually. But you don't have to think for yourself. All your decisions get made for you. So anyway, remember, folks, go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, send a few bucks my way, hopefully. And I can possibly keep ticking along for a long, as we go through this. This is the biggest change in your lifetime right now. You probably see. This is real history in the making. And you're watching it all come out, all the tyranny, the stuff that you'd read about in history books thinking, well, thank God that happened in the Middle Ages. It never happened today. Really, huh? You're living through it. You listen to the tyrants, and there's lots of them now on board, all working against the system that you thought was yours. Big wake up, eh? So yeah, send a few bucks my way, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. I'm Alan Watt. I'm from Ontario, Canada, Northern Ontario, where I live, or exist. It's good night. May your God or your gods go with you.